All right. Right on, writers. Hey, guys. Hello. Welcome. Howdy. Hello to those in the chat. RC, Stephanie. Hello. Green Ruled. Good morning. Jennifer Brown. Good morning. God bless Jennifer Brown. Uh, I am alone for New Year's. And so I figure this is my last chance to touch up the outline for the next book. And then tomorrow, uh, bright and early in the morning, I'm going to do this again and actually start writing pages of the next book. So, if you don't know what I'm talking about, I'm the author of this novel, Shadow of the Spark. It is a sci-fi fantasy series. This first novel was a murder mystery. The next novel is going to be a big adventure epic. And it's going to be a lot of fun. I hope that some of you have read it. I know that some of you have bought it. And I hope you guys enjoy it because I was just trying to have some fun. The next book is going to be an interesting challenge. I can already tell by my outlines thus far, and I look forward to exploring the possibilities here today. Um, I want to get straight into a sprint, but I want to give people a chance to show up and to get settled in before we start our proper um, project for today, whatever that may be. And please feel free to share in the chat what you are working on today. But if you will indulge me, I received a funny little gift for Christmas, a bit of a stocking stuffer. Wow, can't talk today. Uh, writing dice. It's a whole bunch of dice in here, and they all have a different category. And every time you roll the dice, it gives you a whole new story to write. And I figured that we can start our first sprint today with a healthy. Hold on, what do we got here? Doesn't your wife know that leaving you alone and to your own devices could be a dangerous thing? She does know this, but the alternative is me spending a holiday with her sister, and we do not mix. We are not fans of each other, so it's best if I stay here and they go and have a great time, and the kids enjoy the cousins and all that kind of good stuff, and and I get some writing done. So I do miss them though. It is a bummer, but whatever. Anyway, you are correct though. You are correct. So I thought I could roll these here dice, and it would tell us what to write about, and we could spend our first sprint, a good 20-minute warm up, just writing a piece of flash fiction where we try to nail what the dice say. Here, to give a little context, there are 4 green dice, and the green dice give you character dimensions. There is 1 yellow dice, and that tells you the time in which your story takes place. There is a like pinkish beigeish color that tells you the place, the setting, if you will. There's a blue die that gives you the theme of your story. There's an orange die that gives you the conflict within your story. And there is a white die that gives you the point of view. So with that, you would write a flash fiction story. Anybody who wants to join me on this, you're more than welcome. Nobody has to. Um, I don't. I don't know what's going to happen today with rewatches because I may or may not talk book spoilers, and I may or may not want to erase those from the internet. We'll see. So, shout out in the chat who would like to write a piece of flash fiction with me using writing dice. And then that way we can all share it and we can all see how different our stories are despite having these very, very strict parameters. I think this would be kind of fun. It's one thing to all write a flash fiction story about write it about ghosts. And like, okay, we all write a story about ghosts. Yeah, obviously those could be anything. But even within these parameters, I wonder how different our stories would be. Uh, you're a great man. I like to avoid conflict whenever possible, if that's what you're referring to. Just my self-sacrifice and staying home. I'm introverted as hell. I'd be miserable spending 2 nights anywhere, let alone there. So it's fine with me, man. I'm happy to get some work done. Cool gamer, what's up, dude? How are you? Or dudette? I don't know. Who am I to ask cool gamer what thine arnst? The if you haven't guessed, I am elevated today. The strain of the day is time traveler. Uh, for those of you who don't know, I work for a medical cannabis company now, so get used to this kind of shit happening. Um, yeah, time traveler is the strain of the day, and then this, I believe, is grease monkey. So you'll see me puff on that from time to time. Okay, so shout out in the chat who is going to be taking part of this with me. I'm going to start the sprint here pretty soon, so I'm going to go ahead and roll these. I will write all the information down, and anybody who wants to join me can join me in, and we can all explain it to people as they come in. All right, so here we go. Okay. I'm just going to line them up as they fell into their respective groups. All right. Got it. All right, so here we go. We have a senior citizen who is witty, impatient, and also an immigrant. The theme is identity. The conflict is against nature. Okay. Your point of view is one of an outsider. I don't know what that means in the context of like POV. I guess you can make it any POV you want, but the immigrant, impatient, witty senior citizen is an outsider, I guess. Okay. It takes place in the future. It just says future. Anytime in the future. And where it just says in a foreign country. Foreign to you, the writer, foreign to him, the character. I don't know. We can already see there's a lot of different ways that this thing can end up kind of different. So there's a lot of wiggle room. I'm going to write it all up here. Bear with me. Here we go. Now. All right. We've got an immigrant, impatient, witty, Senior citizen. This is a prompt. All right. This I know this is great broadcast, but whatever. Theme. I'm trying to fit it all. Theme is identity. Conflict is nature. Location, foreign country, time, future, and POV, outsider. All right. This is what the dice have spoken. All right. That's it. You can join me in writing a short little flash fiction piece over the next 20 minutes with this, or you can work on whatever you're working on. I don't care what you do. I'm not your mother. All right. I'm going to leave that up. I am going to start the timer and let's do this. You guys tell me in the chat, music or no music. I'm going to leave it at like 40. If you vote no music, I'll take it down. Bruh. Bruh. Oh, I muted you. I forgot. How about that? Go ahead.
It's okay, I'm used to it.
There you are. No, I I think it's
How are
because
you?
I'm good, man. How are you?
A1 tip top.
A1 tip top. Good, man.
I've just been
That's good to hear.
completely out to lunch.
Does that mean you've been busy?
Busy eating.
It is a food reference after all. Okay, I thought you were being metaphorical. Hi, man. So I'm doing writing sprints today because I want to uh, put the finishing touches on my outline for book two. And then tomorrow morning, I'm going to do some more sprints. And for that one, I want to start writing some pages. So that's what I'm doing
Wow.
today. But we started the first sprint today with this little thing, this prompt. My sister gave me writing dice for Christmas, a little stocking stuffer.
Ooh.
And so you roll the dice and it gives you uh, character dimensions, point of view, conflict, the theme of the story, the place it takes place in, the time it takes place in, and then you go and you write a story. And I thought it'd be a nice little warm up to do a little flash fiction. I didn't get very far because in true Adrian fashion, I started thinking big picture, and now this is a novel. So I don't know what to do. Um, this is going to be the next series after Mythic. I'm already committed. It's an awesome story. Hmm.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Dude, fuck all of that. Congratulations on your book coming out.
Hey, thank you.
Look at
It's
that
real.
beautiful cover. Look at that beautiful cover. I've got a copy of the McMurdo Triangle on my bedside table over there because I read it at night before bed sometimes. Uh, not as often as I should. Man, that it looks even better in print. It looks really good. That's
I
awesome,
was
dude.
going through Amazon and it's been Christmas and everything, and it was like getting author copies. It was saying like mid-January, so I just had to wait
Yikes!
for it to be on sale, and then it came 2 days later.
Hilarious. Doesn't make any sense. Oh well. Congratulations. I know that it's probably a very exciting but roller coastery kind of time. I know
It's
there's
one of those
highs and
things
lows.
where by the time the book's actually out, your work's done and the die is cast, which is actually a reference to gambling and not fabrics.
I was thinking dice. I wasn't thinking fabric dye. How interesting. Uh,
Um, but yeah, it's been really successful. We've had dozens of sales, baker's dozens. Haven't done any paid. Thank you so much, Writing Sisters.
there you go.
But yeah, haven't done any paid advertising yet. And hey, Eloise is here. Every time I've been putting a story up, I get a little round of applause from her.
He says, "Congrats, Brad." I love it.
I get called that a lot. It's a compliment.
Oh, it's like a bandana thing. Um,
Yeah. What's up with you,
yeah.
bandana guy? You been to a music festival?
No, I just I didn't have time to get the hair looking presentable, so I just thought I didn't want to put it in a a hair tie and like have it all like constrained. I got a thing going on with my ears, so I didn't want like a lot of pressure. So this is just a little more comfy. Yeah.
When I was 7, I went to a music festival and got a skull and crossbones bandana, and I've still got it somewhere.
Are you one of those dudes that like never throws anything out? You have everything you've ever picked up along the way.
Not exactly. But if it's a cool skull and crossbones bandana, I'm not throwing that out, am I? What if I ever need to join a pirate crew?
This is better. It looks like we're looking at each other. Like I'm gazing into your eyes. This is much nicer. Dude, throughout, I'm doing this all day, so I'm playing it loosey goosey. Eventually, I'm gonna nail down some structure and like put timers in between the sprints or whatever. But right now, we're just getting started, and I'm happy to see you, and we're gonna talk. Um, the I have lost 17 pounds in 4 weeks.
What did you spend it on? I'm just kidding. Top work, Tubby.
What did you spend it on? Ah, British people. Bandanas just make me think of Prison Mike.
I get this reference.
Oh man. No, no, no prison. No. Anyway, what was I saying? I
That
don't
you've
remember.
lost weight.
I've lost weight. I've lost 17 pounds. I'm very, very proud of that. Very excited.
Was that for Christmas?
And I've put on some muscle, so I know I've burned off a lot more fat than just those 17 pounds. But muscle tends to be a little heavier than fat, so I'm not sure exactly how much I've actually lost. But I'm putting on a little muscle, and that feels pretty good too. You know, the belt is loosening up, the belly's coming down. Feels nice. Feels good. I was told by a coworker that in 6 months I wouldn't recognize myself because of the kind of stuff that we do there.
Well, good. I have been remarkably unhealthy, and I've only just left the house for the first time in a week.
Oh, and that's kind of uh, um unexpected perks of this particular job that I've taken on is that there's no fast food on the way there or back. It's really just back roads and the middle of nowhere. So there's just nothing out there. And so I'm not tempted on the way to work to grab anything. I'm not tempted on the way home to grab anything. Once I'm there, I'm in the middle of nowhere. I can't have anything delivered out there. I can't go get anything. I don't have that long of a lunch period to come back. So I have to cook everything at home and bring it in. I'm eating leftovers and I'm eating stuff that I cook that morning and bring with me. So I'm eating home cooked meals for every meal of the day. I'm coming home every day for dinner. I'm cooking dinner for everybody here. Uh, so even if what I cook is generally unhealthy, even if I make fried chicken, it's still way better than any processed whatever I'm getting out in fast food stuff. So I'm just eating better. I'm just eating better by sheer like force. Like the universe is just making me eat better. So
Conversely, my work has a world street food market twice a week, just around the corner, and they do like insane macaroni cheese, Singapore rice, noodles, all sorts.
all of that sounds really, really good. Thank you. Um, yeah, that's just making me hungry, dude. Oh, we do have food trucks that come out there two
Hmm.
times a week, maybe 3 times a week on a good week. But I, number one, never know ahead of time. Like I can know, I could look it up. That there's a schedule, but I just never do. So I never know ahead of time when they're going to be there, and so I'm never prepared. Like I always bring my food expecting to not have any other option. So even if there is, a food truck, I generally just, well, I already have my food and I just eat what I brought. So yeah.
Where I used to live, there was a burger van, but it was, and I've no idea where they got it. It was in a yellow school bus. And so but you don't get yellow school buses here. So the first time I saw it, I was just like, has
Oh,
that
that's
fallen out of
right.
television?
That's funny. You know, one of the food trucks that comes out is a burger guy. His name is Eddie. He does Eddie's Burgers or something like that. And he does them on Texas toast. Do you know what Texas toast is?
No, but I once had nachos in the shape of Texas at the Dallas State Fair, if that helps.
It does not help. But Texas toast is essentially like very thickly sliced bread, uh, and it's buttered and toasted on both sides, so that it's just like this like monster sandwich. It just turns any sandwich into this gigantic thing because the toast is so thick and like and crunchy on the edges, but very soft and fluffy on the inside. It's really good. And he does these burgers, and I smell them on the way in and out every time. And I haven't tasted them. I haven't got, but they smell so good. Anyway, I'm losing weight.
Not for long.
I don't know, man. I don't know how long I'm gonna hold out. Thankfully, I'm usually broke, so
I love that
that helps.
you got this job and they're like, oh, you're going to lose so much weight, you won't recognize yourself in 6 months. And you were just there like, but I thought my job was to be a writer.
Oh yeah, no, I still do that. I still do that, but it's we're a team there, man. So and plus, I fell in love with the plant work, man. I fell in love with it. I love it so much. It's the best. But if I'm gonna do that, I got to do all the other stuff too. So I'm doing everything. I'm doing everything, just like everybody else. Uh, it's fun. It's fun, but it's hard. It's hard work. I come home, my back hurts, but I'm smiling and I'm happy, and my wife doesn't know what to make of it. She's like, "You're physically destroyed, but you're happy. This makes no sense." I'm like, "I don't know what to tell you. I love this job. I can't move. Can you
You're
give
like,
me the remote?
you're
It's over there."
happy. You're not the man I fell in love with.
I know, right? Get cranky again immediately. Get cranky and unsore. So anyway, let me take this thing off because that's not a thing anymore. Right on, writers. What's up? Um, what is your day looking like today? How long do you think that you'll be sticking around? What's your plans? What do you got going on? Fill us in.
I'm catching up with all the little book business tasks that you sort of go, yeah, I'll see when I get to it. And here we are at the end, and it's time to crack on with them. So I'm setting up. Have you played with Amazon attribution links?
I have not.
So basically, I think this came out about a year ago, and I think I saw it and just went, they've got the word for affiliate link wrong, idiots, and ignored it.
But
So
is that not what it is? It's not the same
it's not
thing.
what it is.
Okay, so what is it?
So an Amazon affiliate link is if you're like, if you make a website on yachts and you're saying, oh, I've reviewed a yacht, you can buy this one on Amazon, and then you put a link and it will be an affiliate link, and if the person clicks it and buys something, you get a cut of that. And until recently, that was the only way to really track what was happening with our books, but it was also against the terms and conditions. So there were people who were caught out on that. Now, a attribution link, what that does is if you put a link to your book in your newsletter or on social media, or what I'm currently setting up is at the back of my ebooks, you can set up a link for each of those. So if someone clicks on it and buys it, you can see that that has happened rather than putting links everywhere, seeing you got sales and having no idea which one they came from. And you can do it with your Facebook ads as well and see which ones are actually working better than, just going by if they had clicks. You can see if they've got a sale.
Okay.
Um,
Okay. So
so
I
really,
can so in other words, I can create an attribution link for a specific Facebook ad that I'm going to put out, and I just use the link specifically in that ad, and then I create a completely different link for a TikTok ad, and then I later I see, oh, these this one came from Facebook, this one came from TikTok.
Just so.
Brilliant, I love it. That's
But it's
fantastic.
laborious.
It is laborious. It is. Because I mean, on Draft to Digital, I get a breakdown of the booksellers, where the sales happen. But you're right. I don't know what advertisement got them there. So
I was going to go wide, and I realized that I set my pre-order for the McMurdo War up a year ago, and when I did so, I selected KU, and even though the book hadn't gone live yet, it wouldn't let me unselect it. So I'm going to reconsider in 90 days, or 87, what I do then. But of course, I'm getting a load of KU reads now, so it's like maybe it is worth staying in, and being able to actually trace the sales was one of the
right.
main things I was looking to do. So
Well, obviously the first two were on Kindle Unlimited.
yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So
Mhm.
it only makes sense to continue the series on there. There's going to be a lot of readers that only do that. They're going to want to finish it. But then what will be interesting then is, since I know that you have another series in the works on your own, not under the
Mhm.
banner of Bradley Lejeune, but under Martin Lejeune,
Uh,
or however you decide to put it, whatever it is. Uh,
there's a German journalist with very different politics to me who pops up on the sidebar if you put my name into Google. So um,
do you have a middle name, a middle name that you could use instead?
yeah, but Americans use it for toilet, so I don't think I'll use that.
John?
Um, yeah,
That's it. Dude, there's so many Johns. Like nobody thinks toilet when you say John anymore. That's that's
but
that's outdated. Nobody's dude,
my
John
work.
Wick. You think that anybody hears John Wick and they're thinking toilet? No, they're thinking a
I mean, I haven't
pencil
seen the
killed
films, but
three
I
dudes
assume
in a
that's what
bar.
made him angry and fight everyone.
You haven't seen the John Wick movies?
Yeah, I used to work at the cinema. People going, "You haven't seen my favorite film?" Doesn't work on me. Although I
Okay,
did
no, it's
finally sit
fine.
down and
It's
watch
fine.
Citizen Kane last month.
We can still be
It was
friends
good,
then.
but I'd hardly call it the Citizen Kane of movies.
Look, man, John Wick is awesome.
I was listening
Any,
to
any
Dogstar on the way over.
to what? Dark Star?
Dogstar, Keanu Reeves band.
Oh, I've never actually listened to to his music.
You have not
I've
listened
listened to
to
his-
Keanu Reeves.
oh my god! I agree with Adrian. I don't think of a toilet when I hear John or John. And the
Um,
number of friends with that name here in America, boom.
One thing I'm pondering is
Thank you, Eloise. Thank you.
using initials and putting it out under MZ Lejeune.
I'm sorry. Under what?
MZ.
MZ. Right.
MZ.
Are you gonna spell it ZED, or are you just gonna put the letter Z
Well, that's the beautiful thing
and call
about
it Z?
initials is you don't spell them out. You just put the letters.
Well, sure, but then you've got your who's the one that had like an initial and then a middle name and then a last name. Um,
J. Michael Straczynski.
yes, an excellent example. Probably not who I was thinking of, but that's a J. Michael Straczynski. That's a great
You've heard
example.
of J. Michael Straczynski?
Yes, of course. I'm a comic book nerd. Are you kidding me? He wrote like so many. He wrote a whole Spider-Man run. You lost me at Zed.
Um,
She's
yeah, I
not
mainly
kidding.
know him from
She's
Babylon
not.
5,
You lost
which
her
is brilliant. But
forever.
if you watch the first Thor movie, when everyone's trying to grab the hammer out of the desert, one of the first guys to pick it up is J. Michael Straczynski.
Oh, see,
Which,
I never know what writers look like, so I didn't know what he looked like. I didn't know that was him, but I'll have to go look for him next time I watch it.
Yeah, that was one of the many times that I'm in the cinema and I'm the only person laughing. It's like when Jarvis Cocker turned up in a Harry Potter film.
It's like when who turned up in a Harry Potter film?
Do you know that song Common People? Ah, mate, you just don't know Britpop.
I guess I don't.
Have you seen the Harry Potter films?
Yes.
They built it in Florida. You've probably heard of it. I think it's the fourth one, and they have the school disco. And in the books, it's like all pomp and circumstance and like orchestra. But of course, in the film, it has to be trendy. So, like, there's a wizard band, and the band is all like the singer from Pulp, like the guitarist from Blur, and the bassist from what's Tom York's band called? Paranoid Android. You know, that really famous band with the name.
I should have known you would come onto my show and derail it completely. Now
What?
the question is, do you do it on purpose or does this happen naturally? Is
Radiohead. How?
Radiohead? Okay. You know, I
I'm sorry,
have
I can't factor
no,
in
no,
you've
no.
never
Hold
heard
on.
of Pulp
I have
or
every
William Shatner's
Radiohead album.
cover of Common People.
I have every Radiohead album, but I almost always skip their songs when they come on. I'm really not the hugest Radiohead fan. I've
Radiohead
probably
suck.
heard. I'm not a
Like, they
huge
have
fan.
3 good
So
tracks.
maybe if that, I can't even name them for you. But again, I have every album. I know they're all like a vibe, and you get hop on some mushrooms or something and throw on some Radiohead. Like you'll have an experience. But I don't just like drive around listening to Radiohead. There's a scene
Anyway,
there's a
this
scene
book's
in
available now. It's got stations on.
get that book. There's a scene in Vanilla Sky. Have you ever seen Vanilla Sky with Tom Cruise and Penelope Cruz? Cameron Crowe movie?
I
No?
have not, but I like the amount of crews in it.
It's fantastic. It's phenomenal. It's a remake of a Spanish film called Abre los ojos, Open Your Eyes. But it's called Vanilla Sky, and it's trippy dream stuff. It's really really cool. And but there's a scene where Tom Cruise is driving around with his best friend, and he's trying to decide what music to put on, and he's naming bands as he's pulling up CDs and asking his friend if he wants to listen to this one. How about this one? How about this one? And then he pulls up, he goes, Radiohead. And right when he says Radiohead, giant collision, and they have a horrible accident in the audio in the car. And I'm just sitting there going, who like who is with their best friend and throws on Radiohead to just like jam? Like it's Radiohead. It's gonna be like for like 10 minutes, and then and then like maybe another instrument will come in.
What's funny
Radiohead.
about that is someone would have had to have phoned up Radiohead and been like, "We're making a film and we want to mention your band when there's a car crash. Is that okay?"
Yeah, you're probably right. Somebody did have to do that. You're probably right.
My favorite example of that is, have you seen Donnie Darko?
Of course.
Hasn't heard of Pulp, but you've seen Donnie Darko. There's a whole bit where they get into an argument about the sex life of the Smurfs, and someone had to phone up the creator of the Smurfs, explain the scene, and then be like, "Can we put that in the film, or will you sue us?" And because of the time difference between like LA and Scandinavia, I think it was Drew Barrymore was a producer. So
She was.
they're there and they're like, "Oh yeah, so one kid's saying this and the other kid's saying that," and there's this guy who's just like, "Well, yeah, since they explained since the other kid explains what's actually happens, that's fine."
What actually happens with the Smurfs?
Anyway, I
Fantastic.
wrote 96,153 words this year,
Fantastic. Wow.
which wasn't nearly as many as I hoped for, but I did spend a lot of time getting one of these.
96,000, right?
Yeah,
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
two
That's
books
pretty
published,
good.
three books published.
Hell yeah. Right on, man. Right on. Congratulations. That's freaking awesome. That's freaking awesome. Yeah, 2023 was good. It was a good year. Published my novel. In 8 months I crossed the 200 mark. That was a big, like goal for me, was that 200 mark, just because of statistics. And
200 sales, or
yeah, like I think, like, statistically, like 250, 200 to 250 is what both indie or traditionally is like the best that they can hope for a lot of times with the life of a book, which is a very sad number. I have trouble believing it, but I crossed it in 8 months. I'm at 250 now, 252 or something like that, and that's awesome. That's pretty
yeah.
cool. That's pretty cool because it hasn't been a year yet. There's still life in the old girl. Sell some more copies. Get the Face of Gaia out. It's going to be great.
Well, your best marketing is your next book,
Indeed.
which is one of those things people say. And when you don't have that next book, you're just sat there going, "That's frustrating. I want to sell this one now."
It's
And
like,
then you
yeah,
put a
but
new book out, and you just see the other ones sort of flying off the shelves, and you're like, "Oh, that was easy."
people don't understand that the alternative to that very realistic scenario, the alternative to that is that I write 3 books, 4 books, 5 books, however long the series is, write them all out without any kind of like interaction with readers whatsoever, and put out the entire series at once so that all of you can jump from one book to the next, to the next, to the next. And that doesn't make any sense, because it's like, what if you guys hate the main character in book one? Like, well, now the whole series is not going to work for you. But I didn't have time to figure that out and change things up. I'm sorry if you guys can hear the sirens. Could you hear them? Was it bad? That's that sucks. It's like, if I was to open my bedroom window, I could spit on the cars as they drive by. The highway is right there.
Well, that's something to do when you're bored, isn't it?
No, I don't. I
I mean,
don't
it's a
do
long stream. I'm sure we'll get to that before 10 o'clock.
that. I'll get bored and just be like, "Wah!"
Oh,
Well,
it'll blow up.
was that your not so subtle way of telling me that we should do a sprint?
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, what I would say is that, a lot of very successful publishers do um, write, 2, 3, 6 books and then
Yeah,
release them month apart and are very successful with it. But as you
of
say, it is
course.
a gamble as to whether, those characters are a hit with readers and if you get the read through.
It's a
What
gamble, and then it's a huge wait in between series, because like you have to write the whole series, and then you have to already have an audience that's waiting, but you're making them wait that whole time. I don't know. I think it's nicer to get a book every 2 years, every 3 years, whatever it is, than it would be to get a whole series all at once. Like, I don't need to binge a whole book series, you know. But that's me. That's just me.
Well, I think our plan was 6 books, with the option to put a trap door in. So if we weren't feeling it or the readers weren't feeling it, we could just do a book that finishes it, and it was like it was the plan all along.
Right. I get it. Sort of.
The plan was all it was to. I mean, We did draft 3 books before publishing the first book.
No, that much is smart. Like doing. I'm not saying that's not smart. That's very smart. I'm saying that to write 5 books entirely, like put them through the whole process, editing everything, get them completely done, 5 of them, and then put them all out at once. That's a lot. It's a lot to expect of a person. Like I always think of books the same as movies. It takes time to make them right. Christopher Nolan will put out a movie every 3 to 5 years because it takes a while to make them. So like you got to wait for the really good ones.
Well,
Sometimes you
there's
got to
some
wait.
unfortunate crossover with the realities of the
That is
self.
clever,
Thank you. The realities of the economics of self-publishing, but yeah, you be Chris Nolan, and it'll be fine.
I'm not saying I'm Chris Nolan.
And anybody will be, and I'll be so annoyed. And you'll just be going, "Hey, I'm so successful." And I'm just like, "But you never listen to me."
Oh, hi there, bro. Listen, when I'm up on the Emmys stage receiving my award for best book to TV adaptation, I'm gonna thank you. You're gonna be in my acceptance speech. I'm gonna thank you
You should thank
for
your wife
always
as well.
telling me exactly what not to do, so I could just ignore your very very heartfelt advice. Thank you. Thank you so much. Without it, I would never without your North Star, I would never know how to go south.
Good. How big's your poster?
I'm sorry?
How big's your poster?
Oh, you know what? I can look it up. One sec. Because I could break out the tape measure, but nobody wants that. Let's see here. I'm gonna look it up. It'll just take a second. All right, listings, poster. All right, it is. It doesn't say. That's not the poster. That's a notebook. This is great. Great streaming. There it is. It is 24 inches by 36 inches.
Cool.
24 inches by 36 inches. So 2 feet by 3 feet.
Ah, just under a meter.
Sure. Yeah. Did you do the poster of Vistaprint or somewhere else? I got my business cards at Vistaprint and they nailed it. I got my bookmarks at, what are they called? Are they called Got Print? Are they called? I think they're called Got Print. And they're very good. They're very nice bookmarks. But the poster is through the Teespring online store system thing. They have a poster option, so I got a couple posters on there that you can get.
I've
And
been using a platform called Snapfish, which are surprisingly affordable.
that's what I want. I want to switch to a new store where things are a little more affordable because the one that I'm at is ridiculous. Nobody should be paying the prices that I'm asking them to. I'm shutting that store down, and I had to go somewhere with more reasonable pricing.
Yeah, I don't know what the US coverage is like, but I pay about £12.
See, the thing is that, yeah. See, I love that. The good thing with the store is that even though it's ridiculously priced for everyone else, you can order at cost ones for yourself,
Hmm.
and so that's that's the beauty of it. You can, at the very least, design an item, decorate your office with it, and then who cares if nobody actually buys it?
Yeah.
You have a poster of your book. It's pretty awesome. I might get posters for my book covers, but I have a lot of covers. So, well, pick your favorites, or maybe the ones that were the biggest uh, challenge for you, or the ones that meant the most personally. I don't know. Like, figure out a theme.
I haven't actually got this one printed up yet. Um, I need to figure out where I'm putting them in the new place. I did. I found a couple of hooks on the stairs, so I put my book posters, one at the top of the stairs and one at the round the corner. Um, but my wife was a bit like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "Just for now." Which is odd because you think he'd be more supportive
I've
of my life.
been I've been conceptualizing some cover ideas
Ooh.
for the face of Gaia. And when I grabbed the notebook to show you that, I dropped a bunch of pages that were being held within it. So hang on.
Uh-oh.
All right. So I actually do have work to do, Martin. So
I worked it through.
we're gonna do a sprint.
Yeah, we are.
It's gonna be 20 minutes, and I will see you on the other side of it. I am
If
going to
people want
take
to
away.
nip over to Amazon and order their copy whilst we're working, feel free.
Please,
Murder War, Bradley
please
Lejeune.
do. Now, I am going to move into working on my outline, but if you guys in the chat would like to work on that prompt that we got with the writing dice at the beginning of this stream, that is the following. You're writing about an immigrant, impatient, witty senior citizen. That is your character. The theme of your story is identity. The conflict in your story is versus nature. The location of your story is somewhere foreign, either to yourself or to the character. I'm not sure. It's up to you. The time in which the story takes place is in the future somewhere. It could be 20 minutes from now. It's the future. Future. Point of view is out one of an outsider. You have the point of view of an outsider. I don't know what that means in the context of, like, first person, third person, whatever. I think that much is up to you. But boom. That's your prompt. Or ignore it and do whatever you are here to do. Do what you gotta do. All right. Here we go. Bye. All right, y'all. Welcome back. All right. Hi. Uh, I got some work done on that sprint. I'm working on the outline, and I've been working on outlines, plural, all month long, um, focusing on different characters and their story arcs. I wanted to make sure that I had proper. Hey, buddy, welcome back.
I was here the whole time.
Yeah, of course you were. Yeah, I saw you.
I wasn't.
I saw
I
you.
wasn't downstairs at all, distracted by my wife.
Who gets distracted by their wives?
You
Nobody I
didn't. She
know.
was trying really hard. Watch the stream back. You'll find out.
Okay. I was just saying that. Shit. What was I saying? Oh, that I've been working on outlines all month long. Pick up that book, everybody, and focusing on different characters and what their arcs are. But today, what I'm doing
I
is
thought you were a bouncer,
compiling. No.
or as we say in
Today,
England, underwear.
under no, and today what I'm doing is I'm compiling all of my notes, all of my outlines, all of my stuff into one outline for the entire book that should represent everything, and that's what I'm working on today, and I want to finish the whole thing today
So
so
you're
I can
loading up
start
your
pages
spreadsheet.
tomorrow. No, there's no spreadsheet. I'm just writing a document.
It's probably why you're having trouble.
No, I'm not having any trouble. I'm not. I'm just compiling it all. This is part of my process. I'm not having trouble. I'm having a great time.
I'm uh, going to be spending January split between McMurdo 4, which is outlined, and editing the untitled military sci-fi book. And then my brain is just like, let's do a beat sheet for McMurdo 5.
Keep the train moving, buddy. Yeah, keep the train moving for sure.
I'm doing something a bit avant-garde, and
Ooh, avant-garde, you'll say.
yes, I don't know why you went Germanic for a French word, but there we are.
Who says I went Germanic? Is
It sounded Germanic.
that what that was? I was going for pompous. I was going for. It's not so much a nationality as it is an attitude that I was going for.
It wasn't xenophobia, it was sarcasm.
Of course, of course, of course. What was the highlight of 2023 for you, bud?
Uh, I would have to say it was Write the Damn Story.
Oh yeah, that was fun. That was fun.
Um, I was just thinking about that the other day, and that we had an energy drink called Bitch Slapper.
Bitch slapper. It's messed up, but appropriate. I get it.
In context, it worked.
Bitch slapper. Oh man. Yeah, no, it's cool. It's cool. So,
I really enjoyed uh, writing my nano book, which I
how did
became
that
an
go?
overwriter. Hmm?
What how did that go? What ended up happening there with the nano project?
Well, it wasn't really a nano project. It was merely more a project that I was writing, and then I continued into nano, and it was supposed to be 75,000 words, and it ended up being 83,000 words, and
Okay,
now I have
that's
to edit
cool.
it.
Right on. Well, as long as you get it
But I
at like
found,
80, 80 is still good. It's not too big.
yeah, says the author of Mythic Shadow of the Spark.
That's exactly my point. Yeah, I'm looking at some of my more negative reviews, not in a, wanting to overcorrect kind of way. Just, really taking stock of the successes of the first book and its failings, and trying to course correct. And a lot of people really like the multiple point of views, but I think everybody agrees that there were too many, and uh,
How
that
many did you have?
sucks. I mean, you have the three main characters, but then there were a couple of B characters that had three chapters each, and then there were a couple of side characters that would pop in for a single chapter here and there.
I didn't think it was too much. I quite liked actually that you introduce um, the guy with the name quite late, the museum worker,
Oh, yeah, Marco Pady. Yeah,
and like you sort of come to him a bit later, and I quite enjoyed that actually.
yeah. I like giving you like different places on the map to play with, so that I don't know. It's more fun for me.
When I
Um,
first when I first started McMurdo, I was just like, oh my god, pros has so many rules, and we can't just like if it's TV, you can just have a scene from a bit player's character halfway through with no explanation. And if you're doing a novel, you can't just jump into their POV. But having done a bit, I'm now a bit more like, yeah, whatever.
you
And
know,
I
Neil Gaiman does it, right? Like he'll have like some of these big fantasy epics that he'll do where like he's in the, his point of view character is his hero, and halfway down the chapter there's a little divider thingy, and he starts talking about some random dude in some random village in some random time, and you have no idea how it connects, but this is the point in time where Neil Gaiman wants to tell you about it, so that's what he's going to do. And by the time
I
that
mean, he
chapter
can
is done,
also
it all makes
start off.
sense. But
He can also start off a YA novel with fairy oral pleasure, but that doesn't mean that you should.
right.
Stardust, man, that's pretty rude.
Does it really? I don't remember
Yeah,
that.
well, that's how he gets born. It's his dad. He goes beyond the wall and meets a lovely fairy lady, and that's how he, you know, have you got to conceive your main character in the prologue, surely.
God. Well, I mean, we just read a book exactly like that in Tuber Book Club. The Dryad's Crown starts with the birth of a fairy person born from a tree.
One idea I'm kicking around. Like, I'm not particularly fussed about like spoilers, but then I find I talk to people who read the books and they're like, "No, don't say too much," and I'm like, "But then it's just stuck in my head."
I tend to think that novels are so big that you can like you can pick out a little scene or a little thing to talk about, and it's not a big deal. Like it shouldn't be a big deal to people. And if we're all being honest, how many of you are actually going to read it? Like, are you just saying that because you want us to think you're going to read it?
I'm sure most people watching at some point will read my books. Thank you
I
for that.
sure hope so. I hope that they'll read mine too. I just don't know how much the ratio actually is.
But
The actual.
yeah, I did kick around one idea that resulted in me actually trying to figure out. It's like, yeah, that idea could work, but it would mean that certain characters have to copulate at some point in the series, and when's that going to happen? And that was a
Copulate.
very strange line of thinking to stumble down.
Yeah, the sex scenes is one of those things that people are bringing up too in the first book, and
I don't know why no one mentioned that to you before you published. Do you think if you had sent
It's
it to sort of
it's not
trusted
that
friends,
they
they would have
didn't.
said, "Hey,
I struggled with it myself. I even would ask people for their input, but I think it's kind of a taboo subject, and people are uncomfortable telling you what they really think. Maybe it was hard to gauge actual feedback. I don't know. I read a lot of books where that kind of stuff is pretty commonplace, and so it came pretty naturally.
I
Plus,
bet you
like
do, you sicko."
I think of my book kind of like an HBO show.
Mm.
Sometimes you're gonna have to see a dick. That, that happens. But now, I don't know. Should I maybe put out an edited version before the Face of Gaia comes out, and maybe switch things up a little bit, and maybe not go so graphic here
No,
on out. And there'll just be 250 copies out there somewhere that have the dirty version. And
I think to a certain point you need to say it's done and we're moving
yeah,
on.
yeah,
Plus, there's always it didn't. Is it the Dark Tower that Stephen King went back and wrote another version? Went, okay, now this one's canon, and if you read the earlier edition, the later stuff doesn't line up with. And
I don't know if that's the case. I've never heard that before. Um, Maybe, I don't know. That would suck. That would be very confusing. But I'm not talking about changing the story. I'm just talking about turning those open door scenes into closed door scenes. And if everybody's right, you don't lose anything. I don't know. We'll see. Probably
I
not.
also think it's one of those things that the people who, and like, I'm on record as saying, "Ooh, maybe scale those back a bit." Um, but I think the people who don't like them are going to shout about it, and the people who do like them aren't necessarily going to mention it.
That's another good point. Yeah, it's a good point. But like you said before, at a certain point, you got to say, it's done. What's done is done. Move on to the next. So I'm just thinking very, very hard about what this next book is gonna carry forward, and I get to play with a slightly different genre as well. So I'm looking forward to doing different things with the story.
Well, that's another thing I'm sure I said. Actually, fuck, I'm just going to get on board now. Yes, change genre in your second book. That's exactly what you should be doing. What could
I'm
possibly
not
go wrong?
I'm not
Great
changing.
plan.
I'm not changing genre. It's still a sci-fi fantasy. It was a sci-fi fantasy in the first book. It's a sci-fi fantasy in the second one. It's just that the main plot in the first one followed that murder mystery. This is the consequences of that
Mhm.
story, and the consequences of it is not another murder mystery. It's now the adventure sort of branches out from there, so it gets wilder.
I'm excited.
It's gonna be fun, man. It's gonna be fun.
I can't wait
uh,
for the audiobook.
I don't know when that's gonna happen, man. I don't know when it's gonna happen for Shadow of the Spark, so I don't know when it's gonna happen for Gaia either. We'll see. Pie in the sky dream right now.
I was all set to actually sit down and be like, yeah, go on, let's get one of these robots to read it. Um,
Yeah.
and I started it, and then Amazon announced their beta, and now I'm like, yeah, by the time I'm done with this, the whole situation is going to have completely changed. So I'm holding fire. I'm keeping my powder dry, which is a firearms reference.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Here we would say something like, keep your ear to the grindstone or something like that. But yeah, definitely. It's a weird time. And I don't know, man. Like I want to do the audiobook. I don't want to do the hey. I don't want to do the AI thing. I want to have a real person do it. I like to. support the artist when I can. Um,
Oh, that
and
makes me
I
sound awful.
no, it doesn't because I honestly I would do the AI thing if A, it was really really good, and B, I didn't feel like it was hurting anybody. I don't know, man. Like it's weird. It's weird. The whole AI thing is weird. Everybody gets really sensitive about it. It's strange. I don't know what the answer is. I don't know anything. I'm an idiot. Don't listen to me. Uh, I am, however, getting thirsty and a little on the hungry side, to be perfectly honest with you. You up for another sprint?
Oh yes, let's.
You didn't answer me earlier. How much time do you have to spend with us today? I want to maximize how much time I have to speak to you before we lose you.
Oh, until I get bored. So you know, as long as you don't nod off, I'll stick around for.
All call indie. By the end of next week, 3 audiobook narrators on All Call Indie. Please tell us more about this. What is All Call Indie? Uh, and what is the magic therein? Please let us know. Put it into the chat during this sprint, and we'll talk about it when we come back. Please stick around. We'll do a shorter one because I'm not working on the document. I'm just going to get water and something to grub on, and we'll be right back. So I'm going to do what, 15?
Yeah.
15. Ah! All right, here we go. Boom.
Have you any comments on the shock abdication of the Queen of Denmark?
No comment.
Mm.
I'm too close to it. It would be a conflict of interest for me to comment. So, I'll Call Indie is a database of freelancers for indie authors. I think I have you in there. It's under my website, so I gotta check that out.
Cool.
Yes, that's right. Okay, here I'm gonna do a share thingy, and I'm going to share this. All right. So no, not that. This. All right. Nothing sucks more than scrounging the internet and social media for a proper list of resources that help move you along with your book. So we thought, why not reach out to the writing communities and find freelancers who specialize in indie publishing? Okay. Okay. Cool. Got editors, marketing, readers, artists, audiobook, narrators. Interesting. There I am. Cool. I remember you telling me about this. I didn't remember that it was already live. Heather Dewey Pettit's in here. Cool, 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 cool. Yeah, some familiar faces. Awesome. All right, so check that out, guys. Uh, very cool. All Call Indie, as written right there. I like it. Looks good. Looks good. Okay. This no longer works. Boom. So on that sprint, I went to refill my water. I did that, and then I decided to get myself something to eat. And I opened up the fridge, and lo and behold, there is no food in the fridge for me to even cook, let alone eat as a snack. My wife has cleaned out the fridge and taken all the food with her to Tampa because
And that's how you lost so much weight.
and this is how no, this is how I gained it all back because I had no choice. I had to order in. So there's food on the way. It's not going to be as healthy as what I would have cooked had I had food here, but oh well, here we are. I got some garlic parmesan chicken wings coming and a meatball and pepperoni pizza thing, calzone thing. It's going to be awesome.
When you order the food on the app, there's a little place where you can put comments. If you put your YouTube channel and say like and subscribe, that can be a good way to get your stats up.
Do you think? I mean, I think pizza
Well,
delivery guy is in too much of a hurry to be reading sci-fi novels. He's got to make those deliveries
oh, the guy's driving all around Florida. He's got time to have some audiobooks on the go.
all around Florida. How wide do you think their delivery radius is?
Not as wide as your thighs when you have your wings, mate.
I actually ordered from Papa John's, but yes, same difference. Same difference. I did work a little bit on the outline when I came back. It's interesting because I have to do like the major points for the entire novel, but sometimes those major points pertain to different characters, and then I have to go through and fill in all the in between with all of the character arcs all the way through, make sure everybody's represented.
I do
It's a lot.
like a I do like a save the cat beat sheet for each point of view character, and then I break that down into chapters.
Yeah, I've already outlined their story arc separately in the whole like story beats kind of
Hmm.
way. So all those will fit in. I just have to organize them. That's what I'm doing now. It's fun. It's good stuff. I am leaving a lot more wiggle room in this novel than in my first one for like
It's
discovery
about
writing
this.
in this
It'll
in this
never
first
work.
draft. No, it'll be fine. It'll be fun. This first draft, I wanna have fun with it. I wanna let it you know go
Do
weird
you have like
places.
a deadline or a word count you want to hit a day or anything like that?
At the major goal is to finish the entire first draft by the end of the year. Ideally, 8 months if I can swing it, but 12 months realistically. So I'm gonna try my darndest to get a first draft done by the end of the year, and then my second draft will go a lot faster,
Mhm.
and so on and so forth. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I'm gonna see what kind of pace I can keep. I'm gonna hit it hard tomorrow. She worked
Yeah,
on some front and back
next year's
matter
going
for
to
the
be
debut. Very nice. Very nice.
jumping between different projects, having different things on the go at the same time, and see how that goes.
Yeah, I have to focus on one at a time. I don't know how much I'd get done if I had multiple uh, projects going on. But I am finding myself planning down the line more and more. I am like 90% sure that this trilogy is about to become 5 books. And and I'm feeling pretty good about it. I already fell in love with a title for the fourth book. So if I find a title for the fifth one that I love, it's a done deal. I'm writing 5. We'll see.
I hate titles. I also love titles.
I love titles. I very very much love titles. Um, I love the challenge of writing a good one, and I love that a good one isn't necessarily what you think it is. Sometimes you hear it and you're like, "Oh, that's it." This year, I'm going to try to get in 2 hours of writing and editing on working days. Yeah, I need a minimum of an hour a night. I think starting tomorrow, every night, an hour of writing at least. Um,
Yeah, I'm thinking the same, but
yeah,
some days I'm in the office and some days I'm not. And now I have what can be quite a monster commute. So that has been a challenge to adapt to. But
yeah.
um, what I was trying earlier in the year was 3 to 4 thousand words a day, and I can do that, and I can knock a novel out in about a month. But I can't do it consistently, and I can't do it cleanly. So, and when I do it, I tend to go, "Oh, I'm going to stop for a month because I work so hard." So I'm going to aim to do sort of 1,500, 2,000 words a day, and do it with an editing pass so I can show things to someone as I go and see how I get on with that, rather than writing it all out and then having to sit like I am at the moment with a load of editing to do because I hate editing. Ugh.
I don't know. I found the editing process to be quite enjoyable for this first novel.
I mean, I've got a book. I can pass it over to you. It'd be fine.
I mean, I don't know that I love it more than obviously than writing pages, but I didn't hate it as much as I thought I would. Uh, Devin is thinking of
But then
changing
I'm kind
Paya's
of enjoying
Garden
marketing. So what
title to
the hell's wrong
something
with me?
else. Not as easy as the series it's for. Um, Paya's Garden. It's not bad. It's not bad. I'd be interested to hear what you're looking to change it to. Pacing seems to be key for consistency. Yeah, that's the thing. Is editing my book anyway. Yeah, exactly. My your own book. Editing your own book is different than editing somebody else's. Um, but yeah, the title. I got a hair in my mouth. The title definitely depends on the pacing of the series as well, you know, and that's part of why I haven't fallen in love with any particular title for the fifth book yet. I have like a working title for because I know what the book's going to be about if I do decide to write 5. Um, but I'm not married to the title yet. Once I find one that fits the rhythm of the rest of the series, it's all over.
I
um,
did sit down and name the next 3 books in my series in
yeah.
like half an hour, which was a strange magical experience I don't think I'll ever replicate. This was a remarkably easy title to come up with. It was actually the first title of the series. Um, I spent about 8 months going, I've written a series. I've got no clue what I'm calling them. The title's like your most important bit of marketing along with your cover. And it all takes place in the McMurdo Rift. So I called it the McMurdo Rift. And then I was like, right, what are the other ones called? And then I was like, McMurdo War, that's an obvious one. Um, there's a lot of books called The Blank War. And it was just like, yeah, that, people will know what that is. Um, McMurdo Triangle was pretty easy because that's another thing that is in dialogue, and it also, you know exactly what it is the moment you read it, um, which is a good thing for a title to do. If it confuses, then it's generally not going to work. But if someone goes, I see what they've done there, you're winning.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. My third book is a big war book, so
Oh, where did you get that idea from?
I don't know. I don't know where it came from. It's one of those lightning bolts that just struck my brain. Oh, yes, of course. How did I not see that? That's so glaringly obvious. Um,
Hmm.
so the first book is this murder mystery, right? But it's always like building to this big like sci-fi fantasy epic thing because all by the time the three storylines get to the end, there's crazy magic shit happening, right? So book two is a big fantasy sci-fi adventure epic. Book
Woohoo!
three is a big sci-fi war. Book four, if I do five books, book four would be a cyberpunk spy thriller thing. And then the final book would be a revenge murder like noir plot.
Hmm.
So it would bring it back down full circle to the same kind of crime thriller kind of dealy of the first book. It would end the
Like the
series
hero's journey.
something like that. Something like that. The Dragon's Garden for Paya's Garden. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. I don't know. Don't just choose whatever the first thing that comes to mind is. um, my instinct is there's a lot of the dragons whatever and oh guys give me 1 second. My food is here. I'll be right back.
Yo, yo, yo. You're on Books by Adrian. We've got the Writer's Den. We've got Tuba Blood Club. I'm an Adrian. I'm an Adrian. Um, Remember, with your books, never pick a genre. Don't make marketing easy for yourself. Make it hard. If it's not punishing, it's not worth doing. Make sure your books are really long. So it's difficult to find people to be willing to read them. And so, anyway, that's why it's really good to have spelling correct in your books when you publish them.
Are you talking about me? I love all
I was
those.
just
Ooh,
giving writing
cyberpunk.
advice because we're here on Books by Adrian.
Shadow of the Spark. Thank you very much for saying that it was fantastic. I'm glad you liked it. We were talking earlier about the sex scenes. Yay or nay? Should they continue in the series? Should they disappear from the series? Are they unnecessary, superfluous? Am I kidding myself with these sex scenes? What is your opinion, having read some of them? Uh, Devin, please weigh in. I would love to know. Um, my food is here. We're gonna do another sprint.
It's not a sprint, that's dinner.
It's a sprint. It's a sprint because I'm gonna eat it like fast. I'm gonna be sprinting.
You're getting
Um,
digestion.
no, no, no. I will. I will make it a working lunch, though. I will get some writing done while I eat. We'll do a full 20 minutes if that's cool with everybody, and we'll see you on the other side. You good, Marty?
Yeah,
McMurdo
and if you
won.
like space adventure, check out the McMurdo War.
Also, check out Shadow of the Spark. Both excellent
No,
choices.
don't do that. This one. It's newer.
It's newer, shinier, glossier. All right, y'all. Here we go. Let's do it again. See y'all on the other side. Lunch was very, very good. There's still a little left. I'm going to go back and finish that off a little later. I am quite full. Oh, I should put on my headphones if I want to hear what Martin has to say. Here we go. Hey,
Not
Martin.
much.
I care very much what you have to say. Um, I will agree, you have not yet found your title for that military sci-fi series.
There's something I'm kicking around,
Kicking
which,
my way later on.
were I smart, I probably wouldn't announce publicly on the stream. But since I'm
Please
not, and
don't.
here we are.
No, no, no. You don't have to. No, no, no. You don't have to. You don't have to. You can tell me in private because if it's a winner, like you don't want to. You don't want to. Tell me in private. Oh, you took it literally. That I don't know if that's the one, but that's way better already than everything I've heard so far. I like that a lot. Something like that evokes, dare I say it, it inspires awe.
Because I really fell in love with just naming it after the ship and calling it Battleship Trafalgar,
Yeah,
and
and I
then
it's wrong. It's like it's not quite right.
then my right brain kicked in and was like, "That's not great for SEO," and it's a Spanish word, and a lot of people haven't heard of it. And telling them a Spanish word they haven't heard of is not the way that they find it.
Uh, this is in response to my message about birds. My birds were making weird noises, but they stopped when I went to check on them. So, birds equal human toddlers. Silence is definitely suspect. Yeah, they're up to something. Well, it sounded as though they were moving the cage. It sounded like a squeaky, like like if the cage were swaying. That's why I was like, and I went to go check. The cage was not swaying when I went out there, but they also like had been squawking and they stopped squawking. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on out there. Suspicious activity, nefarious intent. The birds, they are plotting.
All good titles.
All good titles. Yes. Now I have to write a trilogy of bird books because I have all three titles already. I want to kick around the titles with you that I have for my possible books 4 and 5. Um,
Hmm.
these hypothetical books that may or may not happen. Guess who just ran into the room? Ben! Catch your breath, Ben. I know you just ran in here. You're always running. You're good. You're safe now. You don't have to run anymore. We're saying goodbye to 2023. Everybody, tell me in the chat, what was your highlight of 2023? Your highlight moment, the thing that you are going to look back and remember this year for. For example, for myself, it was publishing a debut novel. That was pretty significant for me. A close second is selling more than 200 copies in 8 months. Woot woot! But that's just bragging.
For me, it was getting one of these.
One of what? A shelf? A bookshelf?
House.
Oh, one. You just like pointed like a house. Yes, that was a very big accomplishment in 2023 for you. Well done, sir. Congratulations.
I
Don't be
did the
ridiculous.
impossible,
It's a
and that makes me
Sunday.
mighty.
I don't run on Sundays. Is it? Oh yeah, today is Sunday. I got thrown off because I had yesterday off, and I normally work Saturdays. Right on, right on. Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year and stuff. For Devin, it was finishing book one and sending it to an editor, writing the short story that goes with it, starting books two and three, all done in 2023. Fantastic highlights. Fantastic highlights. Happy New Year. Martin Lejeune. Yes, so I don't know, man. I'm pretty psyched. 2023 was kind of a weird year, but I'm putting it in the win column. Big plans for 2024. How many books are you publishing in 2024?
You know what? This time last year, I had serious ambitions. I said, this time next year, I'll have published 5 new books.
You got
And
3 out of 5.
yeah,
But there was, it felt like there was going to be more to that. You just kind of
um,
stopped in the middle of the story.
so I've realised not to get overly ambitious publicly. Um,
I I shouldn't have to prompt you to finish your story, Martin. You're a storyteller. You should know that you should finish your
you
stories.
say that, but next year I'm experimenting with cereals, so it will all be
Oh
starting
no.
things and then.
No.
Um, so as I was saying, like, I'm looking to sort of be more steady in my output and not go for this sort of feast and famine and binge a novel in like a week, in like a month or two. A week. Some people do that. They're mad. So I'm hoping to sort of change things up with McMurdo and get those turned around a bit quicker. Um, but they happen at the speed of Malcolm, so you never can tell. The uh, series not known as Trafalgar will continue. The second book is outlined. There's actually about a chapter written on the second book, so hopefully that will be drafted in the first quarter, and the third sometime before the end of next year, with a fifth at least McMurdo. That's the plan.
That's a solid plan, dude. I believe in you. I
I've
think you
got
can do it. Devin wants to
I've got
publish 3 in 2024. Definitely at least 2. Do it, Devin. Do it.
what I would say is, on the
Do
one
it.
hand, a lot of people have
Do
um
it.
so you know drugstores.
Whoa, I'm sorry. Martin, hold that thought. She wants to read 50 books in 2024. Read 47 last year,
I read
2023.
I read 48 this year.
What? Who are you
I got an
people?
email saying I'm in the top 25% on Goodreads of reading books.
Yo, I wish I
Do
need to
you
read more.
even
I need
like
to read
books?
more. I do, but I never get to read them. And I'm
Um,
not, it's not like I'm wasting my time watching TV. Like I'm not watching anything these days. Like I'm really not. Like
the mistake you make, and this is my advice for Devon as well, is you love reading 750-page epics about the history of one family and how they ride dragons. And rather than do that, perhaps read a book about a bull, a big red bull, and you'll get through a lot more.
I'll have you know, good sir, that I have on my shelf not only epic tomes, but also short guys like these Apocalypse Cow. Come on. What else I got? What else I got? I haven't read it yet, but I've got Proto. Huh? Huh? Graveyard Book. These are
Proto's
short
good.
books,
I've read
man.
Proto.
These are short books. I can go on and on.
I thought you were going to say not only have I got epics, I've also got your shit.
I do also have your shit. It's just over there, and I don't feel like getting up. I do want to keep up with Goodreads this year. I have a problem with keeping up with that. Yeah, I'll bet it's sometimes you remember like, oh, I haven't updated that in a while, and then you go and put a bunch of books up.
What I would say, before I was so rudely interrupted, is drugstores.
Please continue. I apologize. Please finish your riveting tale.
Now, it's been about 15 years since I went in a US drugstore. And I don't know if they had them then. I don't know if they still have them now. But in the 1960s, they'd have a book rack.
Uh huh.
And they'd sell paperback books. And that completely changed the medium overnight. It used to be that writers like me, like you, would be trying to get in writing magazines, getting paid by the word. And it suddenly changed to you'd get a paperback deal, and the publishers would only want to put one out a year. And you look at authors like Heinlein, like Isaac Asimov, and the amount of words they wrote in a year was insane. And the way, the Kindle model is much closer to that of, the people making serious bank are the authors who are putting books out every month or, every other month. And whether that's, because they've got them banked and are, finally publishing them, like we talked about earlier, or, if you don't have to go to a job, then it makes it much easier to write a book in a month, especially if it's a shorter book. But, the default used to be you wrote a hell of a lot of words because that was the only way you got paid. And once book racks in drugstores happened, then there was a forced scarcity. And now people have this idea that if you announce that you're going to publish multiple books a year, that you must be a hack and the books must be not any good, which is not necessarily true. So don't think that just because it's not necessarily a done thing that it can't be done, because it certainly can, and many people do. However, also, don't force yourself into publishing a book to hit an arbitrary deadline just to say you've done it if you're not entirely convinced that the book is there. However, done is better than perfect, so maybe do. Adrian doesn't agree with all of this, and it's his channel. Hilarious.
I agree with all of that. All the wild swings from one end to the other. I agree with all of them. You're not wrong, brother. You're just not. You're giving me both, and you're not wrong either way. Um, yeah, man. I don't know. It's I wish I had more time to read. I really want to read more books. I want to have a wider kind of pool to pull from. Like I'm looking at these book talkers and these, and they're reading so many. Dude, every week they got 3 new books that they just read and they're telling you about, and they'll hold them up, and they're not little books. And I'm like, how are you doing this? And I know that they have jobs. They're not paying for everything with book talk. Like they have jobs. They're doing shit, and it's like, how are you? I gotta learn that speed reading thing. Is that what it is? I don't know how to speed read.
Well, speed. I don't agree with speed reading. No.
No, isn't that legit though? Isn't it real? Like you could just like read a lot faster and still
I
have the
mean, you
same.
read. I think you read a lot faster, but actually, your comprehension of what you read is lower.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah, you're
but
probably right.
President Kennedy was very enthusiastic about it.
Well, if it was good enough for Kennedy, wait, which Kennedy?
How many have been president?
I know, I was just kidding. It's just because the Kennedy family. They don't have kids. My personal opinion, I utilize audiobooks, ebooks, physical, and read multiple at one time. Yeah, I need to get more and more into audiobooks. I definitely got through Dryad's Crown a lot faster than I would have without the audiobooks. That was helpful.
I
I,
love a
sh-
good audiobook.
I need to get into that more. I need to get into that more.
I think my New Year's resolution might be as snobby about not audiobooks as people who read are about anything other than print books.
Hmm.
Yeah. You didn't listen to the audiobook. You haven't really read it, then have you? No. Does that count?
I think it's silly to argue whether or not it counts as a read book. It's you heard the story. It was read to you rather than you read it. It's the same thing. You still heard it. The
I
story was
mean,
told.
people would pay someone. They would like all chip in and pay someone to read Dickens when that was published, which was serialized, by the way, because they were illiterate.
The radio plays when radio first came out, it was story time, man. Like everybody would gather around the radio and listen to a story every night. So there's nothing wrong with audiobooks, man. I just got to get into it more. It really, you know what it is. It's every medium has this where, like, for comic books, for example, like I will put up with a mediocre story if the artwork is fantastic. But it doesn't matter how good the story is. If the artwork is completely unappealing to me, I can't get into the book, and I'm not even going to finish it. The artwork has to be engaging for me. It's a make it or break it. It's a yeah, make it or break it deal with me. And it's the same with audiobooks. The narrator just has to they have to nail it. They have to be right for that story, for those characters. And when it's not, it takes me right out of it, man. You know, I am not opposed to this. What if we what if I did like a weekly thing where I read it? But then I don't know, like it would be episodes on the channel and
Serialized, you say?
they're chapters.
Released weekly?
Sure. They were already written. I didn't write them and
Like
release
like
them as
those
I was
trendy
writing.
YouTubers you
They're
just say.
already out as a novel. I'm just talking about reading a doing a read along every week.
There is actually a radio show that's been going for generations called A Book at Bedtime that is just someone reading a book at bedtime.
I could do that.
What a good idea.
I could do it on Kofi. I could do it on Patreon. However it is, and then I can use the money raised from that to fund the audiobook or the next novel. I don't know. Like we could do something like that, like a Substack or a paid podcast. Yeah, something like that. I suppose that's possible, and that way, it's I'm not just putting the novel up on YouTube for everybody to have for free. It can be a paid thing. Martin, weigh in here. What do you think?
I think you should record your own audiobook.
I don't know if
I mean, it will take ages and be difficult, and it will mean that book two gets put way back.
but you hear what I'm
And
dealing with here, man. Like how I can't record
also
an
the fact
audiobook
that
in here.
two of your three protagonists are ladies, and you don't sound like a lady.
Well, no, but I can hit a slightly higher tone for those.
Which can work, but when your protagonists are,
But you're right.
more
You're
female,
right.
it makes more
No,
sense to
you're
have a
right.
lady character. But
I've said it before. Those are Song of Ice and Fire audiobooks do not work for me because the narrator is like a 70-year-old man and he's doing voices for 8-year-old girls. It doesn't work, man. It doesn't work.
he was in an episode of Babylon 5, and he
I
was
think
Wesley's dad on Angel.
I'm pretty sure you told me both of those things last time I brought them up.
Yeah,
What were you
point
saying?
twist. And
I
he's in
cut
a
you off.
season 2 episode. I mean, it is better for you to, like, if you can do it well, it's better for you to do that than not have an audiobook. But if it's going to delay all your other authorly pursuits, then it might not be the best option. But you have a nice voice and you can do characters, and I think it is a skill that you could lend yourself to.
I do characters when I read stories to my kids at night for bedtime, but those are usually a little more on the cartoonish side of things. I would be stretching my acting muscles. 5 to 10 minutes per chapter. 5 to 10 minutes. You haven't read my chapter. You've read. Oh, you have read my chapters. You should know better than 5 to 10 minutes. Those are long chapters. At least the first third of that novel. Those are long chapters. That's something I'm working on the next one. I want to have all the chapters be a sort of uniform length, and keep
I
them
mean, the
all
other
big and
option
kosher.
is with ACX, you can do royalty splits, or you pay part payment with royalty split, which can work for people.
This is one of my arguments against the audiobook because I kind of only really want to do it if I can have at least a male and a female voice actor to do the male and female voices, if not like an actual cast of characters. But I'm just ridiculous, and I'm like
The other thing
I
with
want the characters to sound that way, but that's because I want it to be a movie. I want it to be a TV show. Like if I'm going to do an audiobook, I want characters, I want actors. Like it's ridiculous. I can't afford it. It's unfathomable, but I definitely can't do it as an audiobook if I want to do that.
I'll give it 6 months and you'll be able to generate your own TV show.
But I don't want I don't want to do that. Just pay attention to the chapter lengths. Yeah, the first ones were pretty long. But yeah, man, I don't know. It could be
The problem with audiobooks is if you get it, I mean, like, you might be able to get someone willing to narrate it for free for half. I think you get. I think you get 40% royalties. They get 40% royalties, and ACX take 20. And you're locked into a 7-year contract. That can happen. But if you're looking at having you pay someone to produce it for you, the cheapest, realistically, you're looking at, and this is something like a normal length book, not an Adrian length book, $1,000. It could be closer to $3,000, and that's for a book. And if you've got a series, you're suddenly looking at the same for your second book and your third book, except your second book is, a good read through for book 1 to book 2, 30 to 40%. So less than half the people that listen to your first book aren't going to stick around for your second one. Usually, I think like once you get to 3 to 4 or 4 to 5, it generally jumps way up to like 80% read through. But you need a hell of a lot of people buying these audiobooks to cover that kind of cost. And of course, narrators, deserve to be paid. Of course they do, but the economics of self-publishing, it makes it very difficult, realistically, unless you have a particularly popular series to, or outside,
Mitigate the costs. Yeah.
resources to cover that kind of outgoings.
Yeah, you're exactly right, man. You're right on the money. It's a conundrum. Um, which is also nothing to say about the actual royalties of the audiobook and how much of that is actually getting to the author, etc., etc. I wonder how they did that for Ender's Game. That was a full audio cast. I didn't
They were
know
really
that.
badly done.
Oh, were
You
they?
just It was like each time you had a scene break,
Cat
it
people.
would cut to, I think there was like 3 or 4 narrators, so you'd have the same scene and it would suddenly cut to like a different voice, and it was really hard to keep track of. um but I tell you what, Speaker for the Dead, the second Ender's Game book, is fantastic.
Yeah.
That is one of my all-time favorite sci-fi novels. um
I've only read Ender's Game. I haven't read the second.
Ender's Game is basically set up for a far more interesting story, um, which is a shame because the author is one of those people who were a bit problematic, and you tend to get funny looks if you turn around going, "Oh, he does good writing." Um, but yeah, Speak of the Dead is brilliant. And then the third and fourth books, you read it and you're like, this feels like a completely different book that they slapped Ender into to, cash in. And it turns out that's exactly what happened.
But it was good.
Speak of the Dead is phenomenal. I'd,
Oh,
I'd say you'd really like it, but you like winding me up, so you'd probably hate it just to amuse yourself.
no, not true. If it's good, it's good, man. I'm not one to lie about that. If it's good, it's good.
I think
Yeah,
Devon's calling Speak of the Dead filler, and now I'm already raging.
it was filler.
Oh,
Filler.
if you're looking for an audiobook, check out Project Hail Mary by Andy Weir.
I
The way,
actually recommend the one that we did for Tuber Book Club, Dryad's Crown. The audiobook narrator was actually very, very good.
well, the
She
way Andy Weir writes is, I don't know if it's intentional. Um, oh, good. We can still be friends. The way Andy Weir writes lends itself spectacularly to audio, and it's, one of the examples I would cite where the audiobook is much better than the printed version. And like, The Martian works really well because it's first person and it's a diary, and having that performed just adds an extra level. But there's stuff in Project Hail Mary that takes that and lifts it up a notch.
That's an interesting concept, and like it. I don't know. I look forward to checking it out someday. It sounds pretty cool. You know, the audiobook being written in it being written in the first person, you said journal entries like that sounds pretty cool for the audiobook. That would probably work. It would probably give it like a real kind of like a noir detective-y kind of like,
Have you seen a Matt Damon film?
any Matt Damon film.
The Martian.
Oh, the man. Oh, yeah.
Um, yeah, that's like the book where he's doing video diaries. Is
Yeah,
how
that
a lot
makes
of
sense.
that character's scenes are written.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Huh, that's interesting. So then
But yeah, and
he would be telling you everything that happened. You wouldn't be seeing it in action.
yeah.
Huh.
Well, to start with, yeah, it sort of changes as it goes, but um, essentially each it's been a long time since I listened to it, to be fair, but yeah, um, initially it is all logs.
I just dropped a book in the trash can. Look what I got here.
Hey,
Hey. Triangles on the other side of the room.
how far into it are you?
I still don't want to tell you.
Oh dear.
Just because I wish I was further along than I was, and it's embarrassing.
Let me.
But yeah, Devin, this is quite the experience. Oh, check you out. Prologue. I love it.
So we start off in 1841 with a sailor landing in the Antarctic.
1841, like really like getting into the whole like McMurdo thing.
Yeah, it's that's not how you usually start a spaceship book, and there's a couple of things in here where like I finished my first draft of it about 2 years ago, and I had a knot in my stomach the whole time of just like fuck this, people are gonna hate it, and then they didn't.
I I don't get it. Martin, she's saying this 3 to 4 days.
I think she said the audiobook.
Oh, that would be different. But we're talking about 605 pages. My book is 457, and it takes a while to read that fucking thing.
Yeah, yours took me a couple of days.
It did take you a couple of days, actually. What, 3, 4 days?
Something like that.
That's true. I still have tiny humans. She has teenagers. I get it. You have a little more time on your hands than I do. They're a little more
Yeah,
self sufficient.
I'd probably need 3 or 4 days to do Dryad's Crown.
See, I need more like 2 or 3 weeks, maybe 4 weeks to do a book like Dryad's Crown.
I've had uh, Peter F. Hamilton's Pandora's Star on my phone for about the last year or more, and the audiobook is 39 hours.
39 hours.
Yeah.
Whew. Mythic took her 3 days.
I bet that's what you were hoping when you were typing it out year on year, getting your epic written. You were just like, hey, this is so big. And now here we are. Oh, yeah, 3 days that one took me. Not very long at all.
You're right. That does kind of sting a little bit. I'm like, yo, take your time with it. Enjoy it. Like, that's the little details. Yeah, no,
Pandora's Star is 351,000 words.
I'm impressed that you can read it that quickly, Devin. I'm impressed that you can read it that quickly, that you did read it at all. Anytime anybody tells me that they read it, I'm like, what do you mean you read it? The whole thing? Yeah. What? Why?
I put out a call on my newsletter for ARC readers in the lead up to the release of the McMurdo War. The McMurdo War.
That's the third in the series, right? That's the third book.
Let me just check.
Look at that big ass 3 right there. Dale Earnhardt would be proud.
I put a shout out on my newsletter for ARC readers, and I had someone come back to me, and I sent them. They hadn't read any books in the series, so I sent them the first one, and they had read it and reviewed it within 24 hours.
Hmm. You know what my new biggest bummer is?
What's your new biggest bummer, Adrian?
You know, sometimes I'm reading a review that somebody posted, a rather negative review, and I can tell that they didn't finish the whole book. They probably bowed out on it, and you know that's one thing. But the thing that really hurts is when you read a negative review and you can tell they read the whole thing. Like you can honestly tell they really did read the entire book, and this is what they actually think about it. And it's like, ah, it hurts, man. That hurts. And I know
Yeah.
they tell people not to read the don't read your reviews. Yeah, but I only have like 10. It's not like I have hundreds of them and I don't notice. Like there's only 10. If there's one more, suddenly it turns to 11. I notice. Like I'm gonna read it.
What annoys you more? If it's someone who says, um, yeah, I will type this in now whilst I'm talking because that always goes so well. Um, what annoys you more when you get a 2 3-star review, which is just like, this book is awesome, and you're like, why have you only given it 2 or 3 stars? Or when you get a 4 or 5-star review that rips it apart.
You know, I've only gotten either 4 or 5 star reviews, uh, or like 1 star reviews. You know what I mean? Like I don't get 2 or 3 star reviews. They don't really. It's either this person thinks it's awesome, or this person is trying to be like really nice and you know about it, or this person really hates this book. It's those are the only options, and yeah, yeah. The ones that I'll tell you the ones that really bother me. It's the ones that I get from Story Origin, where
Mm.
I've given out a free copy of the book to them so that they can read it and post an honest review, and they promise to post an honest review, and then they post a review, and in the review it is painfully obvious they did not read the book. They just didn't. They're being very nice. They gave it 5 stars. They're saying nice things about it, but they have no idea what the book's about. They did not read it. It's they didn't even open it. Like you can tell. And I'm just like, those are what bother me because I'm like, yeah, it's a 5 star review, but everybody who actually takes the time to read your words knows that you didn't read it. They know that your review doesn't really count.
Yeah, you do get some, and you're just like, that's just the blurb, but
Yeah,
you've written what happens in the blurb. I
I
don't
had
find that at
somebody
all.
I had somebody take a paragraph of dialogue out of the book and just post that as their review.
Um, I love that, to be honest. As long as they're saying
What?
they liked it, I don't like. I mean, it's not. This is going to sound daft, but as much as it's nice to get feedback, I don't know that like shop reviews are necessarily the place for it. Like you don't get a lot of sort of deeply deep analysis there. That's fine and well and good. And if someone just wants to put, you know, 3, 4, 5 stars, um, an ex-fighter pilot, his ex-wife, and a Mysterian alien race, then more power to them. And Emma is here, who is wonderful.
Emma is wonderful. Look at how everybody just brightens up when she walks in. Hi, Emma. How are you? Boop that like
You know
button. Thank
what?
you very much.
I,
Happy
I,
New
I just
Year.
um,
Happy New
I
Year.
just really love that we do these sprint streams. Or not just you, but because you're famous for your love of sprint streams, I know. But SC Houston and all sorts, and we just end up talking to people who we would never stumble across in our everyday lives. And even though we write completely different things, we are bonded in the brotherhood and the sisterhood of Orphaness, and you find yourselves communicating daily with people who become such close friends that you would never otherwise, find yourself on the same path as. And I think that's great.
I
And
agree.
I'm being sincere right now. I know you're mocking me, but that's
I'm
from
not.
the heart.
I'm not mocking you, man. That's beautiful, and I agree with you. I agree. Emma's son says I look like a pirate. Uh, Avasti, matey, bury your steel.
The pirate talk thing comes from the Disney Treasure Island
Arr.
film from the 50s, where the actor cast as Long John Silver researched that the historic Long John Silver came from the Southwest and failed to do a West Country accent.
And forevermore, that is how pirates speak.
Yeah.
I love it. Oh, dude. Shall we sprint?
Yeah, I need to put book 3 on the website. Devon asked for the link, and I suddenly saw it wasn't on there. So I'm going to do that, and I'm going to put my notes
Martin, you're
together
so
for the
bad at authoring. You should have your book on your website. Yo.
this book.
Yeah, that one. It should be on your website. Go put it on there during this sprint. All right, I'm going to back this up. Give us a good 20-minute sprint here. Boom, boom. Happy writing, everybody. My outline is coming along nicely.
Hey! I love it when a plan comes together.
Indeed. I think I will have it done by tonight as planned. How's your work coming along over there, man?
Um, I am trying to remember how I built this website and how to and if I can add an extra column easily, which might be set to free. Um,
So you're working on the
so
website right now.
you told me to. You said I had to, and then
Oh yeah, you
said I
didn't have
wasn't
your book
proper
on
order.
your website. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's not very professional not having your book on your website. I
Well, it is now.
more and more people at work are catching on to the fact that I'm published. And the other day, not the other day, like maybe 2 weeks ago at this point, uh, an older gentleman that works with us, but a very creative guy. He like makes miniatures and stuff like that. He
Mm,
uh, he came up and asked me about it. I gave him a bookmark. Told him about the book as much as he wanted to know and everything, and sent him on with that information. He came back to me the next day and was like, "Dude, like I've been doing like creative stuff and trying to sell it online for years and years, and I'm really impressed with how well you have everything put together. Like I was able to find everything very easily. Everything looks really nice and it's organized." I'm like, "Yeah, dude, but I mean, I've been working on it for 3 years. Like it didn't happen overnight. Like it didn't come prepackaged like that.
well,
You
that's
got to
the
work
thing.
at it.
Yeah,
It's you know it's interesting. Let me see here. That's So I think it's set up pretty good because you get to the webpage, you got the introduction to the series right here. The newsletter, of course, pops up. Very nice. You got the trailer right here. You got the little blurb thingy right here. Very nice. If you're interested further, you can buy it here. You can get a signed personalized copy here. You can just keep scrolling. And then you got the author platform stuff and the newsletter again for a reminder, and you're done. It's nice. It's gets the message across. The blog looks nice now. I like keeping up with the website. It's nice. You want it to always be an ongoing project. I don't think I ever want the website to just be done and I never do anything with it again.
oh, that would be nice.
Nah. I like giving it tune ups and tweaks and making it a little better every time. It's good stuff.
Mm.
So, Senor Martin,
I'm not still fiddling with the website. No, sorry. I'm talking to you here live on the stream.
actually, if you're feeling if you're in the middle of stuff, we can go straight into another sprint if you want. Yeah, I could use another sprint.
What are you using an outline structure template like say the cat thing, or
So
is it just
I've
something you?
I've become a robot with my story structure. I know what works for me, so I just always use the same kind of story structure unless there's a particular reason to use something different, which sometimes happen,
Mm,
but for the most part I just do that. So when right now I'm doing old school like Roman numeral 1. Here's some points. Here's some bullet points under that. Roman numeral 2. Here's what happens here. And I just know that the first story beat is this, the second story beat is this. Excuse me, and so on. I just keep it flowing with that.
I went through a phase where I think I read Save the Cat in 2008 or 9 when it was just a book on movie writing, and it was very much for spec scripts because it was before the 2008 strike when you could just write a script and sell it and it would be made into a movie.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas these days, it's, if anything, easier to get it made into a comic or a book or a podcast and then sell the rights. Um,
Yeah.
and it was very much a spec script should be 120 pages, which is a 2-hour movie. And so the end of Act 1 needs to be on page 20, which a lot of people balked at because they were like, oh, they're saying that every film needs to have this happen on this page. And it's like, well, no, they're saying that a spec needs to be a certain length. And but I digress. And then I got to a point where I kind of had felt out structure. So as long as I broke it down into quarters, I kind of knew where my characters needed to go. And then recently, I've kind of gone back to the save template and found it a bit, a bit of a comfort just to use that again and like having revisited it with the Writes a Novel book. And I mean, I still find their B story beat completely baffling, but the Jessica, the author of the Writes a Novel version, has a brilliant YouTube channel where she breaks stuff down. And one of the things she talked about was if you're needing to break something quickly, here are the 5 beats that you need to, focus on these first, and then everything else comes from that. And that really helped me. So I've been finding more that I've been revisiting that and then taking that into my own chapter template that I use for my books.
The whole easier to do it as a comic or something like that rather than then try to sell that into a movie. Um, I can think of one specific time where it happened with, I think it was Darren Aronofsky. He did a movie called The Fountain. I don't know if you've ever seen it.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
haven't, but I've been meaning to.
Hugh Jackman, Rachel Weisz, phenomenal
2006.
phenomenal film. But the story behind the making of that movie is very interesting because he wrote the script. He wanted to make it into a movie. He shopped it around and around and around and around, and nobody wanted to make it because nobody could understand the script. It was far too psychedelic and cerebral, and they just couldn't wrap their head around the visuals, and they didn't get it. And so nobody would make the movie with him. He couldn't get financing for it, so he's like, "Fuck it, I'll just do it as a comic book." And so he turned it into this beautiful graphic novel that is just a work of art in and of itself. It is spectacular, and it's a wonderful like coffee table book too because it's like a really big like art book sort of deal. It's really nice, and that graphic novel was such a beautiful work of art that it caught the eye of movie, of Hollywood again, and they came back around and now they wanted to make the movie, and it's like it's the same story, it's the same script. You didn't want it then, you want it now because now you see it as a comic book. Now you can visualize it.
Well,
It's
in the
easy.
80s and 90s, the studios would have a slate of like 6 movies, 10 movies, and they'd spend about 30 million on each of them. And over the last 20 years, that slipped. So they just had one movie where they would spend 200 million on and gamble everything on it. And as long as it's not John Carter of Mars, that's worked pretty much.
And that's the thing, is that
So,
it's gambling, right? Like, they don't know what's going to happen. They don't know how it's going to work. And, what a missed opportunity that John Carter of Mars movie was, because it honestly came down to titles. If they had been smarter about the title and the marketing, it could have been a success.
well, the thing is, 6 months earlier, there'd been a kids' cartoon called Mars Needs Mums about
Okay.
basically Mars needs mums, so he kidnapped mums from Earth to raise their Martian kids, and the plucky human children go and save them or something. And
Sure.
that film didn't do particularly well. And historically, like, you had films like Mission to Mars in the 90s, which didn't do great, which meant someone said Mars does not play well with the teen demographic. Let's
Yeah,
just
you
call
can't
this.
have Mars in the title. You got to take Mars out. So
So the
John
film
Carter of
went from being
Mars
called,
becomes John Carter.
yeah,
Ridiculous. And isn't John Carter of Mars, that even that is not the correct title, right? It wasn't the book
A
titled
Princess
differently.
of Mars.
A Princess of Mars. Yeah. Yeah,
Like,
man. Titles.
if you got a young person today, like, how old are your kids?
8 and 4. Very young still.
Like, if you had like a 12-year-old today and you sat them down, insert joke about kids not having attention spans, which are as old as, the hills. But if you sat them down and they watched John Carter, not of Mars, as established, followed by Avatar, and you say, which one was the biggest box office bomb of all time and which one was the most successful movie of all time, I don't know if they'd get it right, but I think they'd take a moment to think about it.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Have you
Because
seen Dick Tracy?
Dick Tracy, like the original, like Dick Tracy, Dick Tracy.
The 80s film.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I've seen it.
Like, I'd never seen that, and I put that on this year, and like, it was fine. Didn't love it, didn't hate it, but that was an insanely successful movie. And if you told me it had been a massive flop, I would have believed you, because it was like, so, like, I don't want to say experimental, but it kind of, like, the whole comic book as literal on film. Yeah, it took some risks.
I don't want to say them on the air, but those are the titles of the. Oh, I don't know why I didn't separate them the way I separated them, but I'm sure you can piece together which titles are which. Um, five books there. The fifth one is to be determined.
You know what's ironical is
What's that?
there's a bit of a trick that I've seen some indie authors do where they use something that references like a more well-known thing in the genre, where it's not trademarked or copyrighted, as a sort of a way to sort of grab people's attentions.
I know what you're referring to. You know that I didn't know about them when I when I came up with these. I was never a checker. I never came across them in my sci-fi experience, but I'm aware of them now. Yeah. All right, Captain. At ease. Take it easy.
Every time
set,
I finish a book, I treat
set your
myself to a new bag.
set your phasers to stun, man. Like, I don't. No, man. I like I said, I'm not completely married to these, but I like them. I like them a lot. I think they
Hmm.
work, and if I find that fifth one, game on.
The Koru in the McMurdo series
Yes.
have a sort of linked mind, and you probably don't want me to mention a word that we've specifically not mentioned yet. Them.
The them that I have in my title, them.
Yes, I suddenly
Yeah, we can
realised
talk
the
about
rest of
them. They're mentioned in book one. We're talking about Borgs, cyborgs,
that. Borg singular. The plural of Borg
Borg.
is Borg. They're like sheep or Jedi.
Well, my Borgs are different from your Borg.
Um,
So my Borgs have an S on the end
but
because they're cyborgs.
yeah, we sort of like initially like Malcolm conceived them as being much similar to the Star Trek Borg, and they're not cybernetic at all. They're just naturally telepathically linked.
Hmm. Mhm, mhm.
And I was a bit like, we can't do that. It's been done. And he was just like, oh, come on, not everyone's Trekkies. I mean, I was like, what is Adrian? But otherwise, if they're reading our book, they'll have seen Star Trek.
Adrian is the only one who has not seen Star Trek. All the rest have seen it. I mean, I've seen the James Abrams series of movies.
That's not even his name. But yeah, watch Star Trek First Contact with the Borg. That is utterly fantastic. And then you'll probably hate it
J. J.
because you like
Abrams.
winding me up.
Not necessarily, dude. Why do you always say that? I don't just automatically hate something because you love it. That's not the case at all. How dare you? You're hurting my feelings. No, I'll
But I like your other two title suggestions. I think
check
they
it out.
both work quite well. I'm not sure if you mean they're both for book five or if they're different books. But I
No,
think the other
yeah,
two.
there you would have all well, four out of the five because the fifth is to be determined. But you have four of the five titles there. The first three I've already been married to for a long time. Um, but yeah, book four came up recently, um, and I'm seeing the arc very clearly in my head with the war going on in book three. Book four being this cyberpunk spy thriller thing is meant to be like,
Hmm.
wars are not ended on the battlefield, they're ended behind locked doors, people making deals and or being assassinated, things like that. So
Yeah.
that'll be like the big like culmination to everything is that book four. And then book five, my idea for book five is you have this sort of new world, new society kind of thing established, um, but there is a price to pay for it, and therefore we have a nice revenge kill plot, which I think would
Ooh.
be very cool. So I'm really liking my plans for the series. I think it would be really it's fun because every book has a different kind of plot, but it all follows the same, a clear trajectory. It's all cause to and effect kind of stuff.
Yeah, we kind of do a similar thing with like book one is sort of
Mm-hmm.
more of an adventure. Book
Mm-hmm.
two goes a bit X Files. Book three is more military sci-fi, and
Exactly, man. Exactly.
book book four is a bit of a disaster movie.
Escalation. I was watching that thing. I'm sure you've seen it by now. It's all over the internet. The guys behind South Park talking about their advice for writing, which is everything that you write. The in between all the story beats that you have, in between all those story
Mm.
beats, there should only ever be therefore or but. If you have
Mm.
an and then in between there, that's bad storytelling. So like this happened and then this happened and then this happened. No, that sucks. So it's this happened, therefore this happened, but then this happened, therefore this happened. And so it's all
Mhm.
cause and effect. And and in that spirit, I think that the both of our series sound like they're headed the right way, man.
Yeah. Like, I've never looked at a series and gone, oh, they did that in book three, so I'll do that in book three. But
Right.
there's been times where I've kicked an idea around and then uh, sort of gone, um, that's an idea. Oh, that's similar to something those guys did in book three. So structurally, that probably makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like your roadmaps match up. Like, oh, okay, we're hitting the same
Yeah.
beats along the way. That's yeah, totally. I now that Shadow of the Spark is out, I can actually talk about this. I was always trying to be cryptic about it in the past, but the Cyborg Tinkerer by Meg Latour. Latour. I always forget. I think it's Latour. Uh, she she ends her book with a nice little polyamorous threesome, and and she's telling this like space age adventure thing, sci-fi stuff. So I was very like, should I change my ending kind of stuff when before Shadow of
Mm.
the Spark came out, and I didn't want to do the same thing. But our books are so very different, and yet there are some similarities, et cetera, et cetera. So I definitely struggled with that. Like, should I not do this because another book has done the same thing? Like, but I had a vision for it from the beginning, and I decided to stick with it.
I find like anytime someone is saying, "Oh, they've clearly copied X," usually there's two or three other examples. It's like, "Oh, Avatar's clearly copied Dancing with Wolves
Sure, but they also copy Pocahontas, but they also
and Fern
copy
Gully,"
and Fern
and
Gully. Yeah,
and
yeah,
oh wait, these are all tropes. It's
yeah.
like when we were first breaking the books, one of the sort of first ideas I kind of decided, was let's be 10 years after a major war. And of course, there have been people like, oh, you've just copied Firefly. And it's like, no, I've copied Babylon 5, I've copied Deep Space Nine, I've copied um, the half a dozen things. It's just a pretty well trodden way of establishing a universe.
Yeah,
You know,
I have this like looming threat far in the distance in my world that will come further and further to the forefront the closer we get to book 3 and 4. But I that's another one of those things, just like the ending of the first book, where I'm like, should I change this? Should I make it very different? Because in a lot of ways, it does remind me of something from Firefly, and you know, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear like, oh, he copied Firefly, and I'm like, no, it's different. It's not.
you're going to
It's
do
a tro-
Reavers?
it's a tro- Do you see exactly? You're already jumping down my throat. Oh
But
man,
then
hey, Devin's
Reavers,
back.
Reavers were just the hey Devon. Reavers were like taking the trope of the Native Americans in old Western movies and putting them in a space opera context.
I thought it was far more of like space pirates meet zombies. They were always like this kind of like wild, rageful, like chaotic, out of control kind of thing. Like I get it, it's a western, so I understand you're picking up on the Native American, like the wild ones or whatever, right? But like
Mm.
they always read more to me like something, you know, not necessarily
I don't.
supernatural, but something more sci-fi.
I think that sort of came more in the movie, but
You
like in
think?
the,
Well,
I don't know. Let's
you might be right.
let's put it on now and watch it all in one go. What I would say to this, and what I was sort of touching on earlier, is like you're always going. There's a certain type of author I like to call them Adrian, who go, I'm an artist, and my book is my art, and I'm just gonna come up with what my heart sings, and it will just be fucking successful just because.
You keep
Um,
saying that, but I'm not on Oprah yet, bro. Like I'm not a New York Times bestseller. You keep saying it's successful. I'm not
didn't they
where I want to
just
be yet.
discontinue the bestseller list?
No, it just sold over 200.
No, the New York Times, didn't they stop publishing the top
Oh,
selling?
that. Oh, yeah, I think I did hear that. Yeah, you're probably right.
You must be heartbroken. There used to be a trick about 5 years ago where like 10 authors in the same genre would put like their reader magnets in one book, and then they would all plug it. So one book would get into like the top 10, and all 10 authors would then, for the rest of their lives,
Have a book in the
title
top 10.
everything as from best selling author, New York Times best selling author, such and such. Which is the
Smart.
sort of thing I would totally do.
Yeah, yeah, that's smart. That's,
But my
using your
advice,
needle.
but they closed that loophole, so we can't, which is a shame. But
Those bitches.
my advice to Devon is, if you've got an idea of like the genre you're writing in, boil that down. Go and look through Amazon. Go and look through the subcategories. Look at the charts. Look at the top 100 entries. And when you figure out, I feel mocked.
I'm not mocking you. Just because I smile when I hear your voice does not mean that I'm mocking you. Your
But
dulcet tones, man, they make me smile. That's all. That's all that is.
figure out which categories suit you best. Figure out which ones have more indie titles than traditional, um, and look at how the covers are designed, what the titles are like, what the blurbs are like. Are they using headlines on the blurbs to grab your interest? And and you can really boil down into this, and use software to figure out which genres are selling the most, and go and write a romance, because those things really sell. But you need to find out of what sells what you're interested in writing, and then find out how, if you walk into the biggest bookshop near you, which shelf would it be on, what would it be next to, and keep doing it every couple of weeks, once a month. Look through how the charts changed, what names are still there, what's new, um, and just get familiar with it. And you'll actually start to spot that certain types of story are popping up more and more. And that's where the people who can jump on a trend and knock a book out in a month are really successful, because they see there's loads of books about opera singers solving crimes. And so they can write an opera singer solving crime book and get it out quickly. And, there's some people who have no interest in such crass commercialism. And there's some people who, would appreciate the challenge of just looking at it as a technical exercise and seeing if they can pull it off. and most people, fall in the middle of that.
Um, I agree with everything that you just said.
And
It's
what I would
it's
say
hard.
is,
It's hard because you don't always want to write the stuff that's selling. And the other worry that I fall into with like trying to hop on like whatever trend is hot right now is like, what if it takes me a little while to write that book, and by the time I write it and I put it out, the trend is over and everybody's moved on to something else, and I put in all that time for nothing. It's one of those things where like if I'm going to spend my time writing a book that I want to publish, I want to write a book that I want to read, a book that I want to write, and not one that's like chasing a thing. Uh, you know, and this is just me being devil's advocate, Martin, because you give sage advice, and everybody
what's really
should
annoying?
listen to what you're saying. But it's just one of those things where like uh, Wayne Gretzky, right? He said, "Be where the puck is going." Right. So don't chase the puck. Don't try to follow it. Be where it's going to be, and then when it gets there, you're already there waiting.
The annoying thing is, I agree with you more than I like. Um, and about a year ago, I spotted a sci-fi trend that had traction but hadn't um, really, taken off yet. And I just started outlining the series I'm currently working on. And if I could quite easily have sat down and got in before that blew up. But I'd committed to a series and I didn't want to, stop and change direction. Um,
Sure.
so you're quite right, but you know, there are people who are able to, turn things around quite quickly,
Sure.
and that's one of the ways that they're able to be successful.
And the other thing is, man, that like don't even listen to me either, because at the end of the day, these trends, they come and go in waves,
Yeah,
and they may be peaking one day and they look like it's a deep valley the next, where nobody's reading that. It's going to come back around and people are going to be reading it again, and when they
yeah, and
do come back around, your book will be there waiting for them.
there's loads of examples of people who write something and then, uh, you know, 3-4 years later, get a new cover, get a new blurb, and treat it almost like a new release because it's become in vogue again. The other thing I'd say is, um, you don't want to be looking at your Stephen Kings or your big trad authors, and because the way their blurbs are written and the way their covers are designed are based quite heavily on the fact that it's a big famous author, and that isn't gonna play with an indie title. I know steampunk is probably one of those titles that, you got the poster right there. You don't even need to hold it like that.
I'm gonna hold it in front of the poster.
Um, I know steampunk blew up about 5 years ago and has been on the decline recently. So if it doesn't mean that you won't see some success with it. What is really good is Klytics, which is a website that do really deep analysis on genres and what's selling, and they do cost a bit of money. But if you're, looking, if you're looking for something that you're going to get a bit of reassurance isn't completely out of vogue, that can be a good way to go. Um, because it's all well and good saying, "Oh, I don't want to chase a trend because it could be out by the time I'm published." Just saying, "Oh, I want to write this," doesn't mean there's going to be any traction when that's
Yeah,
published, and you kind of want to maximize your opportunities, um, because it's really sad when you publish a book and no one buys it.
I agree. Yeah, it's a real bummer. Yeah, my solution to that before knowing that that was even a problem was starting the whole author platform thing when I first started writing the novel. Like by the time the novel came out, I'd been doing this thing for 3 years. And at that point, it was like at least the people who follow me on here knew what I was writing and what it was going to be like for the most part. And that's something. It's at least uh, traction. You know, it's a little gravel under the wheel to get it
I mean, what
to
I'd
get it
say
going.
is, don't necessarily write to trend unless, like, if the challenge excites you, then give it a go. But if
Oh my
it
god,
just feels like another thing to be worried of, there's no
this
need.
next book is nothing but challenge for me, man. I'm super
Um,
excited to get started on it.
but you want to write what you want to write, but you want to figure out how to maximize your opportunities for success. Oh, I
Yeah.
sound like one of those cult people who's about to ask you to buy their course.
All I need now is your credit card number, and you could be on your way to being a
Mm.
successful self-published author. Don't waste any time. Sign up today. Dude, yeah, no, seriously. It's it's nuts because I want to keep the length of the book fairly close to the first one. Uh I want to somehow condense the point of view characters, but I have a bigger cast to play with. So I don't know how I'm going to do that. And then at the end of the day, it's a big, adventure epic with quests and MacGuffins and all kinds of fantasy tropes and sci-fi tropes. And I don't know, man. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be fun.
I find it's good to like break your storylines down, so you figure out who your main character is and give them the bulk of the like page time. Like, I'll usually give Franklin about 50% of the chapters, and then it all sort of slides. So the next person gets like 20 or 30%. And this is where I have to be really careful with my maths. But then, like, the C and D stories will probably only have about 10%. So it's not just that, like, so that way you've still got a main narrative through line. You're not continuously jumping between, you know, half a dozen different short plots.
You know, with the very dark color and the collar popped up just so, that lean you've got going, and the hand with which you speak, you have a very alluring vampire like vibe going on right now, Martin. It's it's both warm and inviting and yet cold and concerning. I'm not
Google
entirely sure what's going on over there, but I've got a
Google the
close eye on
original
you.
Nosferatu for my profile pic.
Yeah. I don't want to write the next Hunger Games or clean ACOTAR? What's ACOTAR? I want to write something that becomes the first, or like Lord of the Rings eventually. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm going for with my series, because like no two books in the series are going to be entirely alike to each other, but also they're hopefully, if I do my job right, very different from most other things. Like how many sci-fi fantasy murder mysteries are there? Like it's
Well, quite a few.
Altered Carbon definitely comes to mind. One of my
Big
goals
fan.
this year is to help authors find their reader communities. If you go on
I can't
Goodreads
all
or the like
Altered
and type in
Carbon.
steampunk,
So
then
dull.
that's your community. What?
Altered Carbon was so dull.
Oh, the first season was good.
Another book.
Oh, I didn't read it.
As established, you hate books.
How dare you? Shows are just faster. The original Relic of Time.
Maggie, is your Werecow book published?
Where cow?
Yeah, it's like a princess who's a werecow.
I love it. I need to read it immediately. Court of Thorns and Roses. Maggie loved Altered Carbon, so Martin, shut up. The concept is amazing. The book was a little slow. Okay, she does agree with you that the book was a little slow.
Maggie's still angry at me as something that happened in McMurdo Triangle.
Oh no, did you kill someone she loves? Did you
Well, that was
murder someone she loves? She isn't a princess, she's a maid and doesn't want to be a princess. Get it right, Martin. How dare you? As I'm writing the outline, I'm staring down the barrel of a major character death, and I don't know. I don't know if I should pull the proverbial trigger, if you will, or not. I don't know if it's too early. I don't know if it's maybe too much, maybe not enough. I'm not sure. But a character death may be
I mean, it's
coming.
sci-fi. You can always bring them back in the next book if you're not happy.
I already did that once. I can't do it again.
Oh yeah, you did.
Yeah, and I'm not one to repeat the gag. So who wants to read my arc? All right, Mister. I love books more than Adrian. I read way more books than Adrian does. Have at thee. Not just murdered, sucked out into space.
To be
Martin.
fair, that was
To be fair, that was what?
Malcolm.
Oh, yeah, sure. You can easily pull that card anytime you want to. Oh, I didn't write it. Malcolm wrote that one. I didn't write it.
Mine was not nearly so cruel. It was like nine times out of 10, I just think it's a collaboration and move on. And that scene was the one I was the most gutted to lose. I really liked that scene.
Well,
It was basically there were two characters who were courting, and they're on a ship, and they pause at a window, and they're looking at a really bright star admiringly, and it's quite a sweet romantic moment
okay.
until they realize just how quickly it's coming at them.
And then
Yeah.
brutal, bro. Brutal. I love it. Sounds like something out of Sunshine.
Oh, fuck you, man.
I love Sunshine. What's wrong with you?
Oh, there's no accounting for taste.
Oh, God. Nobody likes what I like. Damn it.
There's just they I was so excited about the film because I was like, I loved 28 Days Later, and then the science didn't hold up. It's like, I'm fine with films that don't get the science right because Star Wars, but Star Wars never pretends to, whereas Sunshine did, and it was really acting. Yeah, it tried to be 2001 without the science, and that doesn't work.
Okay.
Like if you try and point this,
All right.
but
You
you do
know what
you.
it is? Here's what I'm
Let's go
finding
have a
more and
sprint
more.
so everyone can calm down.
We will have a sprint in a minute, but here's what I'm the thing about sci-fi is that if you have the slightest amount of actual knowledge in the actual science of a particular topic, and that particular topic is broached in the story, you're gonna call them out on their BS. You're gonna have trouble suspending disbelief, and you're gonna hate the thing that you're watching or reading or whatever. Conversely, everyone experiencing the same art that you are, who has no knowledge of the science, just blindly accepts it and is able to enjoy it as fiction and not think too hard about it and enjoy it. And I try, and I can't. I'm not saying this always works. I'm not saying but I try to, even if I know the science behind a thing, I try to suspend that disbelief because I know that if they got it wrong, they either didn't mean to get it wrong or they needed to work a certain way for the story, and the story is more important than the science. And as a writer, like, I forgive shit like that. So like it doesn't take me out, man. Like I can watch Sunshine and fucking enjoy the hell out of that movie. That movie is freaking dope. It's intense. It's epic. It's beautiful. I love that movie. You might not like The
Spoken like
Fountain. If you didn't like Sunshine, you're probably not gonna like The Fountain. I'll tell you that right now.
spoken like someone who renames another star to Soul just to confuse and irritate me.
It's not meant to confuse you. It'll
What
all work out. It'll all make sense. Just sit tight. Just read the book.
I
All right, you'll be fine.
A month or so ago, I got an email from a guy in Switzerland who was like dealing with radioactive material waste, and it was all like, "Oh yeah, I've signed up to your newsletter. I'm going to read your short story," and I'm like, "Hey, cool." And then, like a week later, he decides the best way to spend his Sunday morning is just writing an email explaining how it made the same mistakes that a lot of mainstream sci-fi makes with lasers being used in space battles and what have you. And I said, thank you so much for just taking the time to read it. And what I wanted to tell him was that wasn't a mistake. That was done intentionally because it makes no claims to be hard sci-fi. And you look at something like The Expanse, which will have the physics ripped completely apart for the slightest mistake because it tries to get things right in a way that Stargate Atlantis gets away with scot free because it never claims to be anything other than bollocks.
Look, man. Not only do you not
Also, this has one of the most stupid pieces of faux science that I've ever read, let alone written, which I was totally going to replace with some gobbledygook and never got around to, but
look,
it
man. At
kind
the
of
end of the
worked.
day, you putting lasers in there or whatever, it's
Compressed energy weapon.
it's not just that you never claim to be scientifically accurate, blah 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 blah. It's at the end of the day, lasers are cool, dude. Lasers are cool. Lasers in space are super cool. Lasers in warfare are awesome. if you don't get that, like you don't get it, man. Like fuck off. I don't like I don't know what to tell you. Every party has a pooper. That's why we invited you, whoever you are. Party pooper.
But
God
it's
damn it.
not that the science doesn't hold up, though it doesn't. It presents itself as having thought about it when they didn't.
Ah, bullshit. I struggle with the things when the science is too flawed to even pretend. Then I get thrown out of the world. Yeah, sure, it should make some semblance of sense. It should hold together. It just doesn't need to be airtight. Science is bendy, but be careful when bending it. I struggled with Sunshine's premise, but liked the drama. Well, there you go. That's the thing. It's enjoyable. It's fun. The dirty wormhole was the drifty wormhole was curious phenomenon.
Is that in Sunshine or is that
Wait,
in my stuff?
drifty wormhole, or is she
I think
talking about
that
Interstellar?
might be in book two. Which there's nothing to say that wormholes aren't drifty. In fact, there's some to say it is, but they're so theoretical that
Yeah,
we're not locked down. But to
space
take a
operas
leaf
with
out of
magic.
your book, we explain that later. Honest.
What happened?
Devon was saying that she likes space opera with magic, and I said read Saga because it's amazing.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And I
I've
got
been.
volumes 10 and 11 for Christmas, so I can finally catch up on it because even though
Oh,
I've been getting
beautiful.
the issues mailed to me, I've been not reading them. And now they're all in boxes and everything's in boxes, and I'll never find the things from the boxes.
I have been slowly picking up the volumes. I have the first the first four. I've got the first four. I haven't started rereading yet, but I wanted to definitely fill up the collection because I'm looking forward to diving back into that world, man. That series is awesome. So cool. Real science and space phenomenon is freaky enough. I'm not sure if I spelled that right. It's phenomenon.
Do.
That's awesome, dude.
But yeah, and then
Looks like a family portrait. That's so cute. Why the Last Man? Yeah, baby.
complete
Woo.
set.
Hell yeah. Looks like a rainbow. Gorgeous.
But yeah, I read Why the Last Man 2008, I think it was, like when it was still coming out. And like at the time, the series, like the trade paperbacks were like £10 each. And it was like, yeah, I don't have £100 to spend on comics. And after we moved, and I found myself with not having to pay rent, and I was like, hey, I bet they're on eBay, and I picked them all up for about £40.
I'm gonna have to have a talk with my kids. Two of my books apparently at some point got wet. They're
Oh
dry
dear.
now, but they definitely got wet. Something happened. Somebody spilled something or but anyway. Hey. I love these. I'm so excited. All right, dude. We're gonna do a sprint, and to be perfectly honest with you, I think this will be the last one for the day, and I will finish my writing of the outline on my own time later tonight because I'm sprinting again tomorrow morning.
Oh, so
So
you're not sprinting again till next year?
yeah, that's exactly right. This is my last sprint of the year, and I won't be sprinting again until next year.
I don't find New Year that weird. It's the sudden January of it all.
All right, Matt. See you in 20. All right, so check this out, dude. I just unlocked something in this outline where you know that uh, the horrible trope that people tend to dislike, where a particular character, namely the hero, kind of has it easy. Everything he or she does, like always works out. Um, they're super talented. Everything they do, whatever. My idea is that you have that character, right, where they have a goal in mind and they have everything they need to accomplish it, and they're good at what they do, and they're going to accomplish it. And the audience is hoping that they don't. Because if they do, horrible things will happen. Something far worse will happen if this hero accomplishes their goal. Please don't do it. And so all the obstacles being thrown in their way, you're hoping stops them. But of course, they're the hero that can't do wrong, so they just keep plowing through. Your camera's working.
Yes, it wasn't for a moment.
Yeah, it was on the fritz. Anyway, so that's what I'm playing with right now. I don't know if it's
That's
gonna work, but
exciting.
yeah, it's fun.
Neil Gaiman has a bit about how, just your hero needs a goal and your antagonist needs a goal and they need to be incompatible. And that's all there is to it.
Sounds about right.
He's
Sounds
quite
about
good.
right. He is quite good.
I tell you what, one of the best things I did this year, speaking of New Year's Eve and reflecting, seeing the ocean at the end of the lane on stage was just mind blowing. Like
I bet that was a big one. Yeah.
I've never had live theatre make me cry before,
Oh,
and I know I probably shouldn't say this as an author on a writer's channel, but books are shit. Like you get really good actors, and technicians to do like puppetry and stuff on stage in front of you, and it's so much better.
it is so much better. You got sound, you got music, you got ambiance, you've got performance, sets, lighting. Yeah, man. Of course, it's way better. Of course. What?
There's
Why do
just
you
this
think I watch
brilliant
so many more things than I read?
there's just this brilliant bit towards the end of the book where um, basically there's a supernatural beastie trying to get this 12-year-old boy, and he's got to stay in this protected spot, and it's throwing every trick it can to force him out. And his dad comes out, and his dad's been like throughout the whole book, he's a single father trying to keep a family together who's been through tragedy, and he's been really strict, and he just drops it all and is heartbreakingly honest with his kid about how difficult it's been for him. And you slowly start to realize that this isn't the monster, and that it's all the walls are coming down. But also there is a supernatural monster out to get him, and he can't act on it. And yeah, that was just so wonderfully done, despite the fact that the 12-year-old was played by someone in his 20s doing a high-pitched voice, which, really grates at you for the first sort of 10 minutes until you fall into the world. But it was so well done.
I'm just picturing him now doing that voice, and yeah, that would take me out of it too.
What really tickled me as well is the actor playing the father was had a thick Newcastle accents. And the touring show opened in Newcastle, and someone just put on Reddit, like, did they change that for each city?
It's the local version. Yeah. All right, dude. Well, I think I'm gonna call it a night.
You've
I
only
don't know.
streamed for 5 hours, you wuss.
I know. I know. What a failure I am to not last the other 4.5. No, man. I think I'm gonna get a lot more done if I actually like sit down to write and I'm not putting on a show and talking to my buddy. And I love talking to you, so
Mm-hmm.
we have to stop.
Same, dude.
Hey, man, thank you for ringing out the new year with me. Happy New Year to you. I hope that 2024 is your year where you go viral. And please bring me with you. I'll see you on the other side.
Absolutely.
Thank you to
Are
everybody
we
in the
going to hold
chat.
hands
Maggie,
and
Devin,
sing
thank you for
Auld Lang
coming.
Syne?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Are we going to hold hands and sing Auld Lang Syne?
Not today, man. But you know what? The first time that we're in a room together, we'll do that. We'll hold hands and we'll sing it.
Well, I ain't ever going to Florida.
Yeah, hey, man, that's why I'm making that promise. I don't know when I'm going to see it, but it gives me time to learn that song. That's for damn sure. All right, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
I'll see you all next year.
Cheers, guys.
Hasta la bye bye.